Okay. Are you? So we will call this meeting to order at 6:04, and apologize for a slightly delayed start. We were in closed session. So with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Sure. Councilmember Lyons is absent. Councilmember San Antonio.
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara. Present. And Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is Pledge of Allegiance. If you can, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wow, that was one of the most uniform, consistent crowds I've heard in a long time. So be proud of you. You all knew the words and did very, very well. So next item is special presentations and proclamations. Our first one is the presentation of the 2026 Senior Citizen Award to Susie Perry. So let's see, this is the Senior Citizen Commission and the Encinitas Rotary. Do we have representatives from either or both of those to come up and help me? Yeah, and then Susie, if you could come up too. Come on up. We have the whole Senior Commission here? Not quite, not quite. It's getting close here, so. So it's my pleasure and my honor to present this. The City of Encinitas Senior Citizen Commission, in partnership with the Encinitas Rotary Club, has selected the honoree for the 2026 Senior Citizen Service Award. Established in 2014, this program recognizes individuals who demonstrate exceptional volunteerism, leadership, and advocacy on behalf of others in the city of Encinitas. It is my honor to announce Susie Perry as the 2026 Senior Citizen Service Award recipient. So let's hear all about yeah, yay! So I have a whole long list of accomplishments that she's done, so bear with me. Susie's been a dedicated member of Impact Coastal Alliance, formerly known as the Assistant League of Rancho San Dieguito. She spent 15 years welcoming and mentoring new members, strengthening the organization's impact throughout our community. One of her most meaningful commitments is her work to the Encinitas Head Start program. As chair, she coordinated weekly math and reading lessons, organizes volunteers, and ensures materials are prepared for the pre-K students annually. This past year, Susie has also purchased and distributed books to children through the Bravo for Books initiative, supporting literacy across several local programs. As a retired teacher, she understands how life-changing it can be for a child to have a book of their own. Her service extends beyond Encinitas. She leads the Operation School Bell program in Solana Beach, which provides underprivileged children with new clothes, shoes, and backpacks to boost self-esteem and promote scholastic success. Susie's kindness, dedication, and unwavering commitment to helping others truly embody the spirit of this award. She is known for her warm smile and for her compassion she shows to everyone she meets. Her name will be added to the perpetual plaque housed at the Encinitas Senior Center commemorating this well-deserved recognition. In addition, she's been invited to participate in the Encinitas Holiday Parade as the special guest of the Senior Commission. Yay! So join me in congratulating Susie. Thank you. And so we'll get a picture with the entire. Let me give you the award. We'll get a picture, and then I'm gonna. Wow. And it's heavy.
It's heavy.
Yeah.
Boy, that is heavy.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Congratulations. Yeah. Can you hold that one-handed? And if the council will come down and join us. need something out of my bag. Okay, our next item is it's a proclamation in memorial for Don Hanson. And so if the Hanson family would come up and join me. And we lost a national treasure here this last year. So I thought it was appropriate that we do a proclamation. So come on up. And I don't know if La's not here tonight, but she is. Oh, well, she should be up here. Yes. La was kind enough to give me the Hanson book, and I've been reading it, and it is great. I did not realize how much he had done. Oh my goodness, you guys should all be super proud. And the fact that you're carrying on that tradition and that legacy is phenomenal. That's what makes Encinitas. So keep it up. But so plug for the book too. So we have, and the other thing that I noticed in the book is he really loved his employees, and that is so clear, and that is great. And I think I share that with what I did for my employees, and I could see I really appreciated that. So we have a proclamation from the city, and I will read it. And like Susie, Don did a lot, so it's a long proclamation. So whereas Donald M. Hanson, born November 15th, 1936, passed away peacefully on March 28th, 2026, at the age of 89, leaving a remarkable legacy as a visionary entrepreneur, athlete, adventurer, mentor, and beloved family man whose life left an indelible mark on the surfing community and Encinitas and beyond. And whereas born in Aberdeen, South Dakota, and raised in Redfield, Don Hanson followed his adventurous spirit westward by hitchhiking to California, where he pursued his passion for surfing and became part of the early history and culture of the sport, helping shape the spirit of California's surf lifestyle. And whereas after serving his country in the United States Army, Don learned the craft of shaping surfboards alongside legendary surfer and innovator Jack O'Neill, with whom he maintained a lifelong friendship and connection throughout the years. And whereas in 1961, Don started his surfboard business in a small shack at the end of the dirt road in Kauai Bay, Hawaii. The next year, he moved his family and business to Cardiff by the Sea, building Hanson Surfboards into one of the most respected and recognizable names in the surf culture, while creating a welcoming gathering place for generations of surfers, skaters, skiers, families, and outdoor enthusiasts. And whereas Don believed in people and encouraged creativity and innovation in those around him, always willing to listen when an employee had a new idea and eager to help bring it to life. And whereas that spirit of encouragement and community gave rise to Goods for Grades program, which began from one employee's small idea and under Don's leadership and support grew into a beloved tradition since 1995, has rewarded thousands of K through 12 students with Hanson merchandise vouchers to bring in their report cards twice a year. I love that. And whereas Don's generosity and love for the Encinitas community extended far beyond the business, including his support and financial contribution toward the painting of the iconic Welcome to Encinitas sign that proudly, I told you this long, stands along the south end of the city as a symbol of the community pride and coastal culture. And whereas Don embraced life with courage, curiosity, and an adventurous spirit, from surfing big Hawaiian waves to becoming a licensed aerobatic pilot and a championship skydiver, and always inspiring others to live boldly and pursue their passions. And whereas beyond his accomplishments in business and sport, Don was known most for his kindness, generosity, mentorship, quick wit, and unforgettable sense of humor, bringing laughter and joy to all those around him, while always encouraging others to dream bigger and live fully. And whereas Don Hansen was deeply devoted to his family and is remembered with love by his wife Shirley, his children, and his grandchildren, and by those countless friends, employees, athletes, and community members whose lives he touched through his wisdom, friendship, and infectious laugh. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Ehlers, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all of the City Council members, hereby honor and celebrate the life of Donald M. Hansen, whose adventurous spirit, entrepreneurial vision, compassionate heart, joyful sense of humor will continue to inspire generations to come, and whose legacy will forever remain woven into the fabric of the surf community and Encinitas, and the lives of all those who knew him. Thank you. So, thank you. And would anybody like to say something? A few words? No, you.
No, we're good. Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
The South Encinitas sign needs to be repainted.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we get feedback all the time. Thank you. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Before you go, picture. I forgot. Somebody has to hit me. Usually Joy's here and yells at me. So. Okay, next up would be oral communications, and how many do we have?
We have 14.
14, so we'll go 2 minutes.
And just a reminder, before oral communications begins, this is the opportunity to speak on anything that is not on the agenda. I'll call you up 3 at a time.
And if you could move up to the front row as your name's called up so that there's less time in between.
Sure. First speaker is Jim O'Hara, followed by Dave Dean, and then Chris Stewart.
Good evening, neighbors, counselors, and community members. I'm here today to address a deeply misleading, completely fabricated statement recently circulated by 2 candidates running for local office here in Encinitas regarding our student crossing guards MOU. Here are the facts. The City Council voted to table the Memorandum of Understanding with the Encinitas Unified School District, not to neglect our kids, but out of profound caution and strict commitment to their safety. We expressed our concern that the MOU did not cover expected changes due to school construction and compaction. We also wanted to make sure that the issues that parents had expressed in these chambers right here regarding crossing guards needs were considered in the MOU, even stating that if needed, the MOU would be increased. Furthermore, the misinformation goes even deeper. The issue was never even on the agenda at the school liaison committee meeting. It wasn't an agenda item. It wasn't a scheduled talking point, and it wasn't discussed by the committee at all. The candidates are sounding public alarm and manufacturing a crisis over a discussion that quite literally never took place in that room. It is completely fabricated. The council didn't push safety aside. We paused to ensure that the safety measures put in place would actually protect our students, especially with the upcoming campus transitions at Paul Ecke. We refused to rush through an agreement until we were 100% certain it guaranteed the highest level of protection for our children, cyclists, and pedestrians. However, we prioritized it returning as quickly as possible. We don't have to guess what happened in that meeting. Nobody does. The proof is entirely public. Anyone can go online right now and watch the official YouTube playback and see the truth with their own eyes. The video explicitly disproves the candidate's narrative and shows a council advocating for rigorous safety protocols and asking tough questions. Using our children's safety as a political football to generate manufactured outrage is unacceptable. Our families deserve transparency, not fear-mongering tactics designed to flood inboxes under false pretenses.
Thank you.
It's reprehensible,
Jim.
irresponsible, and at the least, immoral at its core. Thank you to the council and to everyone out here for prioritizing our children.
Can't do it up here.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Attorney Dave Dean. Tonight, I chose to speak on the CRC. And first of all, I want to state I highly support their agenda to help those that need help. That is unquestioned. The challenge that I have is their location. And the concern that I have is them expanding in that location. I would like to see them expand, fulfill all their goals, but in a new location. I noticed earlier in the year there was a lot of activity with the sheriffs being called out to the CRC. Quite a bit. And so I did a little research and found that from January 14th until May the 18th, that's 124 days, the Sheriff's Department has been called out to the CRC or within 2 blocks of the CRC 69 times, 43 times directly to the CRC. That's approximately 55% of the time. Taken out over the year, that's 200 trips to the CRC or within 2 blocks of it. That comes at a considerable cost each time that we send an officer out to the CRC because they never go out individually. They always have at least 2 people and often 3 or 4, depending on if 2 cars or 3 cars are there. And that's just a lot of money. You know, I did some rough math, and it's probably between $25,000 and $50,000 a year that we're spending to send officers down to the CRC or within 2 blocks of it. That's not a good environment for the neighbors of the CRC. Thank you.
Chris? Hillel Schwartz, Brad Lefkowitz, and Terry Ann Skelly.
Hi, I'm Chris Stewart. I'm in District 2 of Encinitas. I'm speaking on behalf of the Oak Knoll homeowners. Oak Knoll is one of the, well, not one of the, it is the very first development that was ever built in Encinitas back in the late 50s. We're only 3 blocks wide, and we're 2 blocks from Oak Knoll Middle School. And I wanted to speak to you because myself and my neighbors, we are very much in favor of this idea of using Oak Knoll Middle School when school's not in session for the Leucadia Farmers Market. And I've been reading in the news, and you needed to hear from other neighbors where it's right next to me, and I think it's a great idea. I was able to get the diagrams and such that were presented to the zoning meeting when this was first presented, and it looks like they have an awful lot of the details there. And I realize that this is going to be on your agenda next week, but I just wanted you to know that I think with a little bit of direction and some constraints on what is actually occurring here, it's going to be a good use of a resource that's not being used on Sundays. I'm a volunteer at the senior center. I know that parking lot is empty on Sundays. There's no school and such, and they're only using the track field. They are not using the soccer field, the lower field, so I look forward to hearing from you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
As most of you know, I am Hillel Schwartz, archivist of the Encinitas Historical Society. Prompted by the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the Encinitas Historical Society invites the greater San Diego community and everyone here to a series of Independence Saturdays. Each Saturday will honor another of the many cultures whose work and words have shaped the experience of successive independences across Southern California since the 1760s, and indeed, Southern California has experienced more kinds of Independence Days than any other part of the United States. In its entirety, the series will deepen our regard for declarations of independence as at once aspirational and invitational. As you all know, signing the Declaration of Independence does not mean you become independent. There is a war, there is a constitution, there is an election. The series begins in June with days dedicated to the history of Black Americans, Friday, Juneteenth, and Saturday, June 20th, Japanese Americans, June 27th, and the signers of the Declaration, July 4th. Subsequent days will be devoted to Native Californians, August 8th, U.S. women, August 22nd, Californians and San Diegans, September 12th, Mexican Americans, September 19th, culminating, as some of you might expect, in a celebration of the 40th anniversary of the city of Encinitas, October 3rd. Indeed, each Saturday will be linked to the direct history of Encinitas as reflected in the archives of the Historical Society. At our 1883 one-room schoolhouse, the EHS Independence Saturdays will invoke history, civic reflection, and personal reminiscence via vivid timelines, collaborative murals, historic recordings, music, film, and video, and a traditional hands-on curriculum. Reading old textbooks, reciting orations, spelling and writing proclamations with turkey quill and nib pens, geography of constant migrations and shifting borders, and never forgetting.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Nice to see that everyone was able to make it on time today. Brad Lefkowitz, District 4. I'm here to talk about commission and committee work plans. I went to MTSC the other night, and at the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Nutter, Director Nutter, informed the commission that their work plan was getting delayed until August. He had just learned about it. Both he and the commission were pretty confused. I know it's on the agenda tonight, but my belief is going to be tabled. This is reminiscent of something we're dealing with at UFAC, where we were ready to have our next work plan approved a couple months ago. But we were told, we voted on it, we approved it, we were told there's a new format that was needed. So we had a meeting just to reapprove it again in the new format, losing a couple months of work. That's obviously frustrating for a couple of reasons, having sat here and having our efficiency called into question, and in my opinion, unfairly maligned several times, to be ready to move forward and only run into a brick wall of bureaucracy created by you all. That's frustrating, and with MTSC, that's one of our most important commissions. For them to lose a couple months of work is frustrating. If there's a way to get them at least a special meeting or something to keep them moving forward and not lose 2 months of work, that'd be great. And while in theory I support the concept of streamlining and creating a universal way work plans are approved and presented and checked up on, obviously I wish there would have been a better way. I know environmental and parks both lost some time as well. I didn't check all the committees or commissions. I assume some others lost. So I would just hope that going forward, there's a more efficient way to do this where we don't lose months of work across all the commissions. And if there's anything we can do in the interim to get MTSC back on track and not delay them till August, I would encourage that we look into that. Thank you very much.
Mayor, can we have the city manager address that real quick? Can you address that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was approached by a commissioner from the MTSC that there was some confusion among some members as to whether they had approved the actual work plan. Going back and looking, they did approve 9 items to be added to the work plan. However, they did not see the actual final draft. There was a draft sheet in the actual work plan, but it was not actually filled out. Staff later filled it out. That did not actually go to MTSC. So we did not feel comfortable moving forward a work plan for a commission where they did not see all of the wording within that work plan. So that's why it's going to go back in August. And that was actually a decision that I made, the city manager, because we need to be transparent with all of our commissions. And I want to make sure that all 7 members of that commission are completely on board and comfortable with their work plan.
So just to confirm, there was 2 members that actually wanted to see it in its completion prior to. So it wasn't a bureaucracy. It was literally the commission actually asking for it to be delayed. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council, Mayor Ehlers. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I came this evening as a public health educator and a parent of young adult sons. I am most concerned about the city's 4 pot shops. I continue to be very uneasy about the young adult population as they journey into adulthood, especially since the recent nationwide highly respected 2025 Monitoring the Future survey results just came out. Among other items, it stated that cannabis use, whether it's over the past 12 months or the past 30 days or daily use, remains at the recent highest levels ever recorded among adult ages 19 to 30 years old. And with it comes an increase of diagnosis of cannabis use disorder. Cannabis use disorder is a mental health condition in which you have issues fulfilling responsibilities at work, school, or home due to cannabis use. Other symptoms of cannabis use disorder include problems with maintaining relationships and the worsening of current and ongoing physical and psychological problems like depression or anxiety. So I'm most concerned about the visible presence of marijuana storefronts here in our city and the billboards on the freeways going through Encinitas. Perhaps it is time to consider a ballot measure that removes these businesses from Encinitas and reduces marijuana billboards from our roadways. After all, roughly 2/3 of California cities prohibit retail stores entirely. Thank you for hearing my concerns this evening.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Beth Whitaker, followed by Scott Campbell, and then Jillian C. We'll go with that. Thank you.
Good evening. I am proud of Encinitas for flying our pride flag again. It is Pride Month. Raising a pride flag is about celebrating love, diversity, and courage to live authentically. To those who claim these identities are new or unnatural, the historical record tells us you're wrong. For thousands of years, across every continent and culture, same-sex relationships, gender variance, has existed, from the priestess of ancient Mediterranean to the 3rd gender roles historically recognized in indigenous societies. Being gay, lesbian, non-binary, and transgender is an inherent thread in the shared human experience. Authoritarian regimes rely on conformity, which is why they promote patriarchy and reject identities that don't align with male privilege. It takes courage to live one's truth. During Pride Month, let us all find the strength to oppose tyranny and fight for human rights, civil rights, dignity for our queer neighbors and for all. Happy Pride, y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Scott Campbell. I live in Encinitas District 1. And we're going to talk about something that really hasn't been talked about before. First off, a lot of people and businesses really want stuff in our city. For instance, tonight there's a $3 million grant proposal for homelessness. Looking at the warrants, we paid a check for $3 million or something for the sheriffs. And Excel Landscaping, $84,000. I mean, these are big ticket items. The parks, we bought Quail Gardens Park for $3.1 million. We committed millions of dollars. And we just bought the one at La Costa for $6 million, a lot of money. Currently, rail crossings is a big item. We've got proposed ones, but there's something else we haven't really talked about. In Cardiff, we have a crossing, and in Leucadia, we have a crossing, and they're basically the same thing. They're one-sided crossings. People only on one side. The 101 is the same number of lanes on both sides. There's a big difference, though. In Cardiff, there's a lot of room for all the people. In Leucadia, it's tight. It's really tight, and those cars are right there, and the people are going right next to the cars, and we're forcing them there. So what I asked the council to do, I got the wrong way, is to take out those rocks right there and some of those hibiscus or those bougainvillea bushes and replace it, put a sidewalk in there to give us some room in Leucadia. I asked the council to do that. You can put that on an agenda tonight. You can put this on a future agenda. There's a couple things you can do, but that's my ask, is to give us in Leucadia. This is on top of the rubber mats versus the Verde undercrossing. I'm not even get into that other than just bringing that up. This is a simple thing. It's 3 foot wide a sidewalk. It will bring a lot of value to the community and the businesses.
Hello, Council. It's Jillian, and it is cocaine. It's okay. You can say it. I'm a Village Park resident. I serve on the Encinitas Union's School District Special Education Parent Council. I attend nearly every school board meeting, and I serve on the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee for Measure Z. There have been several USD-related items coming before you lately, and I want to share something I think will be useful context for you as you deliberate on these items, because there's some geographic reality to this school district that isn't always obvious. USD serves around 4,500 kindergarten through 6th grade students, and there are 9 schools, 4 of which are in Carlsbad. But a meaningful number of children in those Carlsbad schools actually live in Encinitas. My daughter is one of them. But there are actually other groups of children. First group of children are special education students. Every K through 6th grade student that requires a special day class is placed in one of 3 Carlsbad schools: La Costa Heights, Mission Estancia, or Olivenane Pioneer. For Encinitas families with children with significant learning needs, crossing the city line isn't a choice. Today, the only special day classes in Encinitas borders are for the preschool, but that will actually change during Bond Measure Z when the upgrade happens and moves that preschool to El Camino Creek. The other group is that there are large, long-established Encinitas neighborhoods that are zoned for Carlsbad schools. In your district, El Camino Creek. For you, obviously, Olivenheim Pioneer. A lot of Olivenheim families go to a school that's actually in Carlsbad. Next, these new developments, Fox Point Farms and Quail Meadows. The school district is already anticipating that there's too many kids in Capri, and they will automatically allow those students to go to Carlsbad schools. And finally, you know that Paul Ecke kids will be temporarily bused to Carlsbad schools. So please keep that in mind when you're thinking about initiatives.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Fabian Ganell, followed by Sarah Hoff, and then Laura Van Dusen.
At the May 20 meeting, you held up the school district bike safety MOUs because the school districts had not met their obligation to report on the effectiveness of their programs. That same meeting, the same council members who were demanding accountability from the schools added $33,000 to the 101 Main Street and Chamber MOUs that already cost the city $160,000 a year. Are you treating MOUs the same? I filed records requests to find out, and here's what I learned. Every one of the business MOUs since fiscal year 23-24 requires monthly invoices with, quote, a detailed accounting and supporting documentation of the expenditures, unquote. Not a single, not one invoice contains either. Every one requires a year-end financial report to be submitted, and every one requires submission of an independent financial review. I asked for those. There are none. I was given none. That means they don't exist. No detailed accounting, no supporting documents, no year-end report, no independent financial review. Comprehensive reporting failure for 3 years running. And what did this council do the last time those MOUs came up for renewal with that record last June? You approved them on consent. No report, no discussion. Now, to be clear, I don't have an issue with the MOUs. They're generally a good use of our money, and the partners seem to be complying with the spirit, if not the letter, of the agreements. The issue is the council's double standard. For the organizations it favors, 3 years of reporting failure, not a problem, waived through on consent. $33,000 more on top. For a program costing far less that teaches kids to ride bikes safely, a single missing report is grounds to withhold funding and demand representatives to come to this chamber to answer for it? That's not accountability. Accountability applies to everyone, or it's not accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we refer this to staff that I'd like to get a report to council as far as the follow-up on those MOUs.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Sarah Hoff. I live on Evergreen Drive. It's between Ocean Knoll School and all of our kids go to Oak Crest Middle School. That's my community. And so the Leucadia Farmers Market is moving into my community. I am delighted. I love the farmers market. I love getting fresh food. Every time I've gone to the farmers market, it has been very positive. I see my community there, which I love my community. I look forward to attending, and I have a good time. And I just want to tell you, I feel very positive about it moving to Oak Crest Junior High. Thank you. Thank you.
Feels so dramatic. Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, City Council members, and City staff. My name's Laura Van Dusen. I'm a founding member of Safe Streets Encinitas. And I'm here to ask, when will the new SB 720 red light camera program be formally agendized for discussion? Our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission voted in February in support of the program, and a formal letter of recommendation has already been sent to each of you. Red light cameras serve as a constant reminder to slow down and obey traffic laws. They create consistent accountability at intersections and reinforce that reckless driving in Encinitas will not be tolerated. Red light cameras are designed to deter dangerous driving behavior by increasing compliance with traffic laws and encouraging safer driving habits. The data tells us an important story. Most first-time red light violators do not reoffend. Red light cameras also provide enforcement without putting officers at risk. As the Sheriff's Department has shared in the past, there are intersections in our city that are simply too dangerous for traditional traffic stops. Red light cameras can monitor these high-risk areas where personnel cannot safely patrol. Under the new SB 720 program, revenue generated from citations must be reinvested into traffic safety and infrastructure improvements. In other words, the program helps fund safety measures that benefit the entire community. Some have argued that reduced citation fines under SB 720 might not be enough to change driver behavior, but the only way to know whether that is true is to test the program. Choosing not to try means passing up an opportunity, to evaluate a proven safety tool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Laura, we will be agendizing this. It's a matter of right now, like you look at tonight's agenda, it's pretty packed, so we're trying to find the right slot. So we'll get it there.
Final two speakers, Bernie Dillon, followed by Sheila Cameron.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and City Council members. I gave you all a piece of paper there that's an article that I pulled from the City of Oakland. Before you is the article I found online before the City of Oakland and their use of 24/7 video cameras. I contacted the City of Oakland for more specifics about how many of these citations were for Oakland residents and how many were drive-through residents. They didn't have an exact number available to me, but they did say that the numbers that were in the article were rounded off, but very close. 35 traffic cameras were installed in 18 locations of high injury areas. Warnings were offered originally between 1:15 and 3:14 of this year. After that, tickets were issued. 69,000 warnings were issued from March 15th to April. 40 days 82,000 citations were issued for repeat offenders. Average 60 citations, 50 warnings per day per camera. 151,000 instances of law breaking, rioting, drug use, theft, robbery, public defecation, murder, and speeding. Oakland is making money off of these citations. Ruling is still out on whether or not people are choosing to make better decisions. We need these cameras. I would like to comment on the City of Encinitas Environmental Groups Commission management programs. My question is, why do we have it? How can we possibly achieve reducing emissions by 44% below 2012 when we are adding 2,440 new residences, which will add over 5,000 cars to our streets? These 2,440 new homes just killed a protective crotch beehive by approving the Ocean Bluff Way, protected 18 months ago.
Thank you.
I never know what to do with this. It's just going up or down.
You have to hold it in the. Well, you need the microphone there, Sheila.
Curse you. Okay, Sheila Cameron. Perfect. I'm here to ask you to table, in fact, take off from tonight's agenda 10F, the grant application for the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And there are several reasons for that. There's a lot of misinformation in the report tonight, and staff has stated that there is, it requires housing first and a low barrier and non-punitive housing. The staff report fails to disclose 2025 homeless total spending, year-to-date spending forecasts for 26, 27, 28, 29. It's a 4-year term of grant. They should have these forecasts. No mention of why we have the encampments and the free food services. This grant takes away local control, adds onerous reporting requirements. Where are the other cities that have this grant being used, and how effective has it been for them? We don't need this grant, and we need to remove this from tonight's heavy agenda. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think somebody was trying to do a point of order there, but in this case, it was since it was addressing the agenda and tabling or not tabling, it really wasn't discussing the item. So I looked over at the city attorney. I got kind of a nod that it was okay. Otherwise, I would, because technically that was 10F, or at least the subject matter was 10F, but it was actually whether to put 10F, take it off the agenda, which is not 10F. So I let it go. But so at that, we will move forward.
That concludes oral communication.
Thank you. Let's see. The next item is report from closed session. If city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met earlier today in a special meeting to discuss items 1 and 2 as listed on the closed session agenda. There's no reportable action from either item. That concludes my report.
Okay. And are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there are. Item 10C has been removed from the agenda by staff and will be returning to council sometime in August for consideration. And then moving to the consent calendar, items 8D, 8F, 8H, and 8J have been removed by members of the public.
Say those one more time.
D, F, H, and J.
F, H, and J. And so any other changes to the agenda? Any interest in tabling 10F? I'm not seeing any, so.
I guess the question would be, what would tabling 10F do? Would it just bring it back at a later date?
Yes, I assume it would. I'm not interested in, but go ahead.
Well, in bringing it back, are we going to miss the timeline for the grant? So there's no conversation if we table it. We're not going to get the money. We're saying no.
Yeah.
And So
I'd rather have the hearing.
I guess that's my question. Is there a deadline that we'd be missing one way or another with the discussion on that?
I would need development services staff to let me know when the deadline. There's Development Service or Drapkin.
Yeah, I apologize, but I would also need to have staff look into that a little bit more. I don't know the deadline off the top of my head. We were working under a deadline for sure, though. If you give me a second, I could easily check, though.
Yeah, because obviously we have July shut down, and we have pretty packed agendas for the next 2 meetings. So we're talking an August minimum. My recollection, it was due in early July. So
In my mind, it was late June, but I can double check right now.
one or the other. It doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah, it would be a de facto saying no. My preference is not to change the agenda and just have the hearing.
It's June 30th. It says right here, eligible applicants, including cities, county, continuum of care, and prior ERF grantees, and funding is available through a rolling application period that closes June 30th, 2026.
Okay. So if there's no motion to change the agenda, we're just going to table 10C and leave it at that.
I'll be straight up. There's enough conflict around 10F that I would not mind tabling it till next week, but or the week after. Packed is packed. We want to make decisions up here that are fully informed.
Well, we can continue it. We can have the discussion and continue it if we want additional information.
Okay.
So if you're okay with that, we'll leave
would
the
be okay with
agenda
that.
as it is, other than 10C.
Right, and then
We don't need a motion or anything for the
I just need for the
changes
consent
to-
calendar.
Okay, so with that now, I'll move on to consent calendar, and we have 4 items pulled. I'll entertain a motion for the remaining.
I'll motion to approve the remaining.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Call the question.
That motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Lyons absent and takes us to item 8D.
Okay, and who pulled?
Sheila, would you like a staff report? Nope.
Okay, no staff report. And 1 speaker? Yep. Okay.
No sense in prolonging the agony. 8D, Professional Services Agreement between the City of Encinitas and Admin Shore, Inc. for third-party administration of the city's self-insured workers' comp program. My problem with this is it went through so much legalese, and it kept talking about described services. Finally, at the very end, the last 7 pages told what this company is going to be doing. Now, I have a question. Is this the workers' comp carrier for the city? Is it the insurance company? I gather it isn't. It's sort of the keeper of the files and records, and it advises our city, I assume, our city human resources and finance. I don't know. I wish you would keep it simple. The attachment A that was 7 pages that told what this company did should have been up front, and you put all the legalese protective contract stuff below that. This is my bailiwick. I was in human resources for 12 or 14 years. And there's several things about this that bother me, and it isn't costly, but I really don't understand what they're doing. I don't know if you have any reports on your workers' comp costs or anything, but there's something that I would like you to think about, and that is auditing your workers' comp, because I did that for a company, and I ended up saving them on their premiums $1 million a year, because there's a category for every type of job, and that job is hitched to money. And if you have the wrong category hooked to the job, you could be costing yourselves a lot of money. So first of all, I want to know really what this group is doing. Are they your carrier? And could we have a report at some time on what workers' comp costs us? I'd appreciate that. So if you can answer any of those questions, that would help. Thank you.
Okay, you want to?
I was just going to defer to the professionals.
Okay, I was going to do the same thing.
Jace, could you, or
Yeah, we'll go to staff. If you want, if you could respond to the questions as far as what the service is and the self-insurance, et cetera.
Yes, I can respond. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Erin Chapman. I work for the Risk Management Admin Services, and I can answer a few of those questions for you, Sheila. I think the first question you had was, what do they do? This is our third-party administrator for workers' compensation. They handle the claims for us, so they manage all the claims. They are like a claims adjuster, and we self-insure for workers' comp, so they're not our insurance company, they're just our claims adjuster. And we do have excess workers' comp insurance, and that's through our locks, which is a third party, and we do audits for them also. So we try to keep our claims costs within the norms. I think I answered those questions. Did you have any other?
And just a quick question, how many active workers' comp claims do we have going on right now? Number, not type or anything. And what life do they have? Don't they live, the workers' comp can go on a long time. So
yes, we currently have 67 workers' comp claims, but those do, like you said, they rotate and go on and on. Some of them can go on for many years where there's not a lot of costs for them. Some of them are short-term. They have a workers' comp claim and then they're released back to work, and so that claim goes off of our list. But approximately 67 right now.
So this company is servicing all 67 for us and tracking
Correct.
rates. Okay, any other questions or anything? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I wanted to follow up. Sheila kind of touched on this. What is our protocol, and how often do we update as job descriptions change or titles change, and how often do we go back and look at that to make changes to not only this but other areas where we have contracts?
Yeah. On the workers' compensation for the performance of the third-party administrator, they're monitored monthly, and we also, our insurance carrier requires ongoing meetings. We do quarterly in addition to the monthly. So we very much work with the claims administrator, which this AdminSure is. And also LOCKS, which is the excess carrier, conducts the best management auditing of claims processes every 2 years. And a report is produced on that as to their performance and whether there are things that are approved.
Okay, so just to reiterate, you go over it quarterly, it's audited every 2 years.
Yes.
And this is standard, this is extra, where does that put us?
Yeah, we also, in addition to a formal quarterly and semi-annually, we also monitor the claims ongoing on a monthly basis.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I think that's helpful for everyone to know that information. Thank you.
And then I am very open. Sheila, if you have any further questions, I can meet with you and go over it.
Well, and maybe we could do it afterwards, Sheila. Yeah, we have a long agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did I hear a motion in there?
A motion to approve.
Okay, I got a motion. A second, please. Okay. And any other discussion? No? Call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8F.
Okay. And do we need a...
Sheila, would you like a staff report for 8F? Nope. Come on down.
Okay, Sheila Cameron. Good evening, everyone. Myers and Sons Highway and Safety for purchase of signs and sign hardware. It isn't an awful lot. It's $290,000, $500,000 over 4 years. My problem is, I think I read that we have 11,042 signs already. And one of the things I brought up before was that between Leucadia Boulevard and Encinitas Boulevard, if you go from Encinitas Boulevard north, you see over 45 signs. Coming the other way, there's like about 37. Now, one of the things that really bothers me is sign pollution. And it seems as though as we grow as a city, we just have to put a sign everywhere. It's ridiculous. I'd also like to ask, do we recycle? Hopefully, on that stretch of 1 Mile Road where we have 75 signs, some of them will be taken off and recycled. So we won't be paying for as much. Just in general, between noise pollution and traffic, which causes a lot of it, and this kind of sign pollution, it's not good. I think we should do an audit of that and take a look at what we're doing in this city. The other thing I would like us to do is have classes and teach everybody to drive. I'm getting sick of it. You get on the road, you have to watch out for pedestrians, bicyclists, e-bikes, other autos, and people who obviously never had a driving lesson. It's making me a little crazy. I feel I'm going to get it one of these days. You better all come.
Okay. And that concludes it. So I'll move approval. And there was one correction which did get posted. The termination date was not July 30th. It was June 30th of 2028. And that's actually corrected online and been noticed. So, but I wanted to make sure everybody understood. So I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Just a couple of real quick questions. What is the ratio of temporary to permanent signs that they'll make for us in a year?
Thank you for your. I don't have that information off the top of my head, but that is something we could look into and bring back to council, or I could give that information to you at a later date.
Would you say a majority temporary, a majority permanent?
Majority are permanent.
Okay. And a lot of those signs are required because of ordinances and codes for established protocols that the city will try to implement. Stop sign, and it requires a sign 200 yards down the road, and it also includes the signage that, hey, we're going to build something here soon. All of the pieces to the project that are both permanent and temporary, correct?
That's correct. All the signs are approved and looked at by our traffic engineering department, and they're out there for a purpose.
And then we do try to recycle and reuse signs wherever we can. It's not as generous as we'd like it to be, though, is it?
That's correct. We do try to recycle, but there are reflectivity standards that we have to meet per state requirements, and so we adjust them accordingly.
And certainly as a council, I think it's important for us and as a city to acknowledge the sign pollution concern. I think we all have that across the board with all sorts of signs, not just city signs. I do understand that a majority of the signs we use in the city are requirements, though, unfortunately, or I'm saying unfortunately, are requirements. So I think we should stick to that, like trying to not do too much unnecessary, but at the same time, I think this is actually a really good contract. They've been really good with the city, a good partner of the city, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Okay, no other discussion. If we will call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8H.
Okay. And how many speakers?
We have one.
Okay.
Did you want the staff report? No.
Yeah.
No. And then Vivian does have a time donation from Jerry Sadamka, who is present.
All right, I asked for this to be pulled because I believe this shouldn't have been a consent item. It should have been an agenda item. Because in the staff memo, there are changes and items in the proposed contract that staff has not adequately addressed to the council and public and require further explanation. Here are some of the areas in the contract that staff need to adequately explain to the council. First off, clause 18.2 notices. The person who's to receive notice under the agreement was changed from the city manager to the code enforcement manager, who is a lower level position with no fiduciary signatory authority. Another area, what are the specific tasks to be performed by host compliance under the statement of work item, evidence collection to support code enforcement actions? It's not adequately explained in the staff memo. Describe how the following tasks will be executed. Revenue analysis to support accurate transient occupancy tax collection. Who will perform this analysis, and do they have the adequate qualifications to do so?
The prior contract agreement had a module for virtual training. Why is this not in the new agreement? Per the city, from a PRA request, there is no confirmation that staff has received training for using the host compliance products that have been made available to us since the first contract in 2018. Given the turnover in personnel who will train the new personnel using the host compliance system if we don't know who has received the training? What are the roles and responsibilities for areas flagged in collaboration with the City of Encinitas? A 24/7 hour hotline is mentioned. How does the city collaborate with its monitoring, and how does this hotline overlap with the current city processes for reporting complaints and violations? It's not adequately explained in the staff report. Also, why is the city receiving a credit for tax collection module? Was this a task not performed by host compliance? If not, why not? Code enforcement already has a problem running STVR monitoring and compliance. This contract expired at the end of September 2025, and there has been little to no monitoring since then. Waiting another week or two to ensure that the contract covers the city properly and a deeper review to give you and the public confidence in what you are approving makes sense. Also, the city does not have a firm grasp on how the STVR program should be run and has shown no progress in the past year towards figuring it out. Therefore, nothing should be outsourced until we have internally a firm grasp of the process and how it should be run successfully. Otherwise, we will have zero ability to know whether the vendor is doing a satisfactory job.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers. I will note that Jerry Sidamka registered opposition but chose not to speak. Also, same with Susan Turney, and then Molly Hintlian registered support of the recommended action but chose not to speak.
So would staff like to respond to comments?
Yeah, I think that in listening to the citizen, primarily she was concerned with training, roles and responsibilities, monitoring, and credit for tax collection, and then finally there was a discussion about we haven't done much in the last several months with this process, which isn't true. We have been working diligently on this. Obviously, we've been trying to get this contract fulfilled for the last several months, so that's something that's transparent. But from behind the scenes perspective, we've also met with finance. We've been looking into implementing the latest state tax or the latest state law with regards to putting together a municipal code section that will allow us to be directly linked with the host websites and getting their information so we can adequately and more efficiently collect taxes. We also have been, we obviously have been trying to get our code enforcement officer, which we're going to get budgeted in the next year, more likely. With that, Bryant has been working on the list that we already have of the non-conforming or non-permitted short-term lodging units, which range about 200. We got a list before the host compliance software terminated, and we've been working on 5 to 10 a week of putting letters out to them. So I just wanted to, basically give a real high-level summary. We have been doing things, and we will continue to do things. We'll continue to make this process stronger, and we've also met with members of the public. They've had great suggestions, and we're going to incorporate them also into the process. So give us a chance. It'll take some time, but in the meantime, we'll be working hard and diligently to get these unpermitted units permitted or not. We've also had issues with getting our ordinance to coastal. So we've been working on that as well. So to say we haven't been working on it, I don't think is absolutely correct, but it's perspective.
So, okay, I don't have any other requests to speak, so I'll go first. One one of my questions is, and I think I understand because I've been down in the details, is how do we get here? I mean, it did terminate back, the contract terminated in September. So I think what I'm looking for is assurance that that will never happen again, that we will be noticed. And if it does terminate, and if it did happen, that we'll have a culture here where anybody can say, hey, it terminated. I need a temporary payment that, well under any threshold that has to come up to this body. We could have gotten it turned back on very quickly. I'm going to go down a list of things I took notes from prior conversations with Vivian and others and with staff. Training. I'm looking at this tool. I think it's got training modules in it. Are we buying training modules in this contract?
Good question, Mayor Ehlers. Brian Jemison, Code Enforcement Manager for the city. So when we contract with Granicus or really any provider, they readily provide us with any form of training opportunity. So that can be provided to any staff utilizing their software or application. Specifically in regards to the Granicus contract, when first subscribing to them, they provided both our finance department and our code enforcement division with training, and they remain readily, or they continue to be readily available for any continued training. That's not an issue whatsoever.
So it was not omitted from the new contract. There's training
purposes?
included, is what you're saying.
Yes, they can provide any training at any time. It's not necessarily stipulated as like an additional provision or offer, but it's just readily provided for staff.
Okay, and as part of this software contract, or not even the contract, I would give direction to staff, and I hope my colleagues will support me, that we should track that training probably formally through HR or however we track training, so that we know who's been trained. And as you've experienced in your department, you've had turnover. I'd like to know when somebody comes on board, they got the training, when they got the training, and so on and so forth. The 24-hour hotline, which I know is a feature of the Granicus host compliance software, do we use that? Is that a feature that we use of theirs, or is that separate from ours?
Yes, correct. So the 24-hour hotline is used as a tool for members of the public to report any violations associated with a short-term rental. The intent behind that is to actually document the time that it was reported to the city. Pursuant of our local requirements, short-term rental operators are provided with 1 hour to address a potential reported concern. So with that, we're able to document when the call came in and to substantiate that the call was actually filed, and then we follow up with the operator to determine what efforts were taken to mitigate the reported concerns.
So that actually goes to a 1-800 number that host compliance runs. They then send some message to us with the report. You then incorporate it into our current complaint process. Is that true?
Yes, so that's correct. So the reporting party would contact the STR hotline. It's a third-party service that receives the call. They then document that call within their platform, the host compliance platform, so we have access to that, and they route that to the city as well. And then they would actually contact the short-term rental operator to advise them of the reported concerns and require that they provide information regarding what steps were taken to address the concerns.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And as we map this process out, I want to see that, from a policy level, of course. Let's move on to the notices, the section 18.2, I think Vivian mentioned, the code enforcement manager change. So it was coming to city manager, who does a lot of things all throughout the city, and that was changed in the current version of the contract, so that it's going to you now?
It says City of Encinitas, attention, Bryant.
Okay, yeah, but before it was going to the city manager, maybe, in the old contract, the one that expired? That's what Vivian is saying, so I don't need an answer on that tonight, but just reasoning, it's good in your mind to do it that way. You've got the helm then, right? Oh, okay. The city manager wants to interject.
Thank you very much. We have hundreds of contracts within the city. So generally what we do is it's not generally the city manager. We have some, but usually they go either to a department head or a manager, because to the mayor's point, if I had hundreds of notices coming, I'm going to be honest, that would be a little tough. So we do go ahead and put it to the department in which that contract does lie. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'm good with that. So, but you're good with that. You either requested the change or so. But I just want to make sure we all understand, and it's all out here in public. We all know where the contract is and was. The analysis, and this is actually one of the reasons we even found out that it would, that at least I found out that the contract has lapsed, is I actually looked online at the code, at the product features. I was trying to figure out what kind of analysis tools does it have? You know, how deep does it go? And so there was a question about the analysis for compliance. Will this software, or do you know, you may not know, I actually ended up getting a call from the Director of Business Development at Host Compliance, and we talked at length about the product. Will we be able to tell if somebody's signed up, but they're not fully reporting their TOT, like they're only reporting half? Are there tools in Host Compliance that will give us an estimate about what they should be paying that might flag it if they're way out of compliance? And the answer, I don't know, is acceptable, but it's something we should look into.
Sure. So built within the service, there is a TOT and an analyst module. What it does is it data mines information regarding specific properties and tabulates an overall estimated or potential amount of TOT that property would have been subject to. So it bases it off of a low level, mean, and then high level. And then using that information, we can typically dictate or determine if there are signs of discrepancies regarding the amount of TOT that has been remitted to the city when we cross-reference our local data in comparison to their tabulated data.
So if you discover a discrepancy, an apparent discrepancy, it could warrant a compliance investigation that could result in a finding that could be a code compliance citation.
Sure, yes. So potentially we would perform an audit pursuant of our local requirements under 9.38.
Okay, and
Mayor, just to add to that, and Brian, you can probably speak to this, but we currently use that in our current audits, that process. And then just to add more to that, the SB 346 is going to allow us even more transparency with that, because we're going to be getting information if this system works out and we adopt the code to get this information directly from the host website, which is going to show these reservation dates and times.
Okay.
So, and the amount is also there too. So it's going to significantly help with our auditing.
And I'm looking forward to having this process mapped out so we can really understand it. The credit for the tax collection module, what was going on there? I don't understand it. We got a discount or something? Is that from this contract or?
Yes, so from what I recall, the city had initially planned on initiating a process where we would process our TOT remittance via their online platform. But the city, rather than pursuing it through Granicus, we adopted an in-house requirement, which operators are currently utilizing, but that was built within the previous contract. So because we weren't utilizing it, there was a tax credit that was disseminated.
And was that credit in the last contract or in the current contract?
In this current contract.
In the new contract,
That's
okay.
correct.
Let's see, and yeah, did I miss anything? I think I got most of my questions, but I'll recognize Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I think you asked all the questions I was going to ask. I think they're the key questions. Question for staff as far as when is the new staff member hire? How long do we think that process will take?
Well, the goal would be as quick as possible. Potentially, we would be posting this week for recruitment, and typically it's posted for about a 30-day period, contingent on the pool of candidates that we would receive, and then it would be performing the appropriate interviews. So realistically, about 90 days would be a realistic estimated timeline.
And then do we have an established training model for them beyond just the online modules at this point?
So yeah, it would be per their standard training for all potential code enforcement cases, but yes, there is definitely a focus on short-term rentals.
And how often is the performance evaluation intended to be on this? This is a program that obviously has had some lumps. So how are we going to oversight this going forward?
I mean, I've managed a couple of these in the past for different agencies, and I think I'm going to use my experiences with the last ones. But mostly it's going to be oversight from directly with me and Bryant, and making sure that we're getting effectively reducing our numbers, first of all, and then, just moving on. But as the mayor mentioned, Deputy Mayor, we will be putting the, writing the process out, sketching that out, so we can utilize each one of those steps continuously. And then as we get new staff, we can have standard operations.
Okay, so I'd like to see a little more specific come back. I think the residents like that too. I think we sit at a point with this program where the residents, and I think rightly so, feel that the ball was dropped. And I tend to agree with them. I think this council agrees with them. I don't know that there's any reason or any service to pushing any reason or blame on it. I don't think that serves us. I do believe this is an opportunity for a reset, because we can't go backwards, but we can go forward. And so I definitely think for the purpose of the public, it would be really helpful to have a better definition of what that new training is going to look like for this, what really is a new position here at the city, right? We don't have somebody who's fully focused on that. We should expect higher performance evaluation than our current code enforcement has been able to handle, because this person will be specific to this. So I think we need to really establish that and really work to get the confidence of the residents back up. I think that's what we're missing. And I think that's what you're here. And the confidence is going to show in the numbers, and we have to be able to show them the numbers. I do think the city has heard the message, as many conversations with the city manager and the mayor. But I know that, it's not about what we hear, what we say, our conversations. It's about what are we going to do going forward. Set the ball, and let's move forward with it in a way that is performance-driven, provides clear evaluation and oversight, I think, for this new employee, because I think it's going to be a new position where we really need to make sure that they're getting the job done effectively. And I would assume there's plenty out there for them to do. They're going to walk into the building with a full plate. And so I think those are things we need to promise the residents in this process. I do think this current contract needs to be signed. I'm in a motion to approve the contract that we have in front of us. But I think as a staff, as a council, and as a city, we need to really address the residents' concerns and take this as an opportunity to fix where the ball has been dropped, pick it up, and bring it forward correctly. I'll rest.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. My biggest thing right now is obviously all of the things that have just been said here and the things that Vivian brought up, is making sure that our penalties and our execution on, we just discussed the last time we brought this up that we're probably even maybe double what we have in actual numbers that we see on our there's people cheating the system. I want to make sure that those are enforced heinously. We want to make sure that whoever does this, it's not really a 3 strikes and you're out. It's first strike, it's a 6-month delay. It's not, from what I've heard is somebody was doing it wrong, they come in, and 2 weeks later they are now doing it right. No penalties, no issues. So really there was no issue in Encinitas to do it wrong. It was actually being incentivized to do it wrong until they got caught, because now they don't have to pay any taxes and stuff like that. I want it to be known, if you come here, especially with the advent of a Black Rocks or stuff like that, trying to buy up properties, or just whoever that would come in and try to buy 3, 10, 20 properties and turn Encinitas into a residential hotel space, and try to push our city in a different direction, that's not the case. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it right. They're going to do it the way that we see it fit, and at least get the money that we are owed from them running a business in what was a residential area. And that's never really been discussed, but got to make sure that we're hammering this at the highest of levels. And 6 months the first time, and I think after that, never again until the property changes hands. Something of that nature. I would love to go that far and that extreme to make it a moot point going forward. So I rest.
Okay, and Councilmember San Antonio.
I'd like to echo that as well. I mean, I really think that we're missing out on a lot of money We have been, and I think that's a huge deal for the city. It's a huge deal for the residents that are doing it right. I know Molly's spoken about this many times. I just feel like this is something that I know this is, we've talked about this, we've all talked about it. The training is key. I mean, we all get trained here. We all go through little training courses on our computers. It's like there's stuff that needs to be done. So I just think that the training will be key for what you guys put forward following, so that we don't miss out on this money. There's so much, it's got to be, what was it, millions.
A million or two.
Yeah, it's significant. And we see here every time we talk about money, it's not in the thousands of dollars, it's like the hundred thousands of dollars. So now it's in the millions. So I just feel like this is definitely one of those things we should definitely hammer down. So.
Okay, I'll hop in, then I'm going to recognize the city manager. There were a couple other comments, and I think just echoing what my council members said, it's a matter of fairness to the people that actually pay their TOT. We want to make sure that the people that the 200 and some odd that are currently not paying TOT but are advertising on all the platforms, according to host compliance, that they either join the program or stop advertising. Number two is we have limits on the number of STVRs. Right now, if you take the permitted plus the unpermitted, we're at or near or maybe even slightly above that limit, depending on the accuracy of those numbers. So we have to get the host compliance non-paying members down so we know the exact registered numbers so we can enforce our limits near the beach, et cetera. And then ultimately, this is going to pay for the effort. In other words, getting the TOT revenue and whether it's $1 million more or $500,000, I don't know what the number actually will be. And then I think one or more, I think Councilmember Schaefer referred to, we want to be down in the weeds a little bit here, and I apologize for detailed questions, but in this case, it's going to help inform future ordinance changes that you may want to recommend to us or we may want to recommend that will help make this program better. And so this is, we're all going to learn together here, and let's go forward. So with that, I'll recognize the city manager.
Thank you very much. What I'm definitely hearing from council and members of the public is this is something that we all want to accomplish, and it's a team effort. A couple things. We are working on some processes already on how to make this better. Number two, it's going to show up in the work plan. So to Deputy Mayor Harris' point, there will be measurable goals, and there will be reporting back each quarter. To Council Member Schaefer's point, I'm a city manager that doesn't have patience for people that don't play by our rules and abide by our laws. So my staff has my complete support to make sure that we have people, whether it's our ordinances, speeding, Sheila, our laws, short-term rentals. I don't have patience for people that can't follow those. That's disrespectful, especially to the ones who are following the rules. So my staff has my complete support. So we are going to make sure that we hit this hard. I do want to thank Ms. Turney and Ms. Vale for coming in and meeting several times. Lots of good ideas and information. But you do have our commitment that we do want to go after that TOT, because then we can put that money to good use to make our community even better. And again, I will hold my staff accountable, and the fact that we do want to go ahead and move this forward, and I appreciate that. And again, it seems like a team effort. We've got a lot of people behind us, and that always makes it easy. So thank you.
And I'll second, or I don't think we had a second, did we? Okay, I'll second. And with that, we will call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8J.
Okay, and who pulled it and how many speakers?
Molly, do you want a staff report? She does not.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Molly Hitlian, District 2. So I went through the MOU. I'm a big fan of Encinitas for the Arts. And when I was going through their list on the MOU, they have a lot of great things a lot of detail, and a lot of direction of what they're going to provide, which is awesome. But somewhere there's an opportunity to promote the Pacific View Arts Center. This is their website, Encinitas for the Arts. So it's an opportunity, along with our financial support, to ask the Parks and Rec to actively help the EFA to promote Pacific View. They need imagery. We have beautiful pictures of the Pacific View. We should be giving it to them with promotional links to their pages for Parks and Rec. So I think what I wanted to highlight in this MOU that was missing was more of a partnership from the city in addition to the financial. So they have a great community calendar, and it's open to everyone to submit. So they're not responsible for the event organizations. They're just having a portal, and it's an awesome opportunity for our Parks and Rec to make sure our concerts, our events at the Pacific View can be promoted within their website. So I support the arts. I think every one of our MOUs that we're going to hear from tonight, like the 101s and the Chamber, we really need to make sure we're promoting all the amazing art resources the city has. So let's help the arts program achieve success, and let's rally. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no speakers. Anybody? So, Molly, can I bring you back up and just ask one question? What change would you make to the MOU? And when you get to the mic.
If we could pull up the slide.
Just in words. Words. Yeah.
I
Just-
think
Are you
there's-
saying we just, because I'm reading the MOU and it says, well, they'll promote, and it really reads like a partnership. So
I think what's missing in the list of things, it's a lot of items from the EFA to provide or deliver on, but there's nothing that says the city is delivering tangible assets. So that I think there's some, when I looked at their website, I was like, wow, we should be giving them new pictures. We should be giving them material sized for their website so that they can thrive. I mean, we're giving them a modest budget.
So giving them graphics and whatnot, feeding them.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I understand now. I just want to make sure. Go back. The MOU says, and thank you. I think it's included in the MOU that we can give them things. It's not precluded in the MOU, right?
100%. We do many things that aren't included in this. I mean, spelled out specifically for a dot point in this MOU, support-wise.
So I think at least from me, the request would be just up our game and offer more, but all within this framework. And I like the framework that's there. And so
Motion to approve.
I got a motion to approve. I'll second the motion, and I'll recognize Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I was going to make a motion to approve
and thank the EFA. Okay, but with the council direction to share freely, our graphic assets to help them help us, because that's absolutely within the MOU. So, motion and a second. Do you need to read it back? I got that. Good. And with that, we'll call the question. Okay.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10A.
Yay. Item 10A.
I need to recuse myself from item 10A. My company pulls permits with the city, and I don't, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay. So item 10A is a public hearing. So we have our public hearing process where we give a staff report. We will then ask council, the remaining three, for any disclosure of any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report, followed by preliminary questions. I will then open the public hearing. We'll have public speakers, and then I will close the public hearing and the council will discuss and take action. And with that, we will go to staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and members of the public. My name is Julie Gilliam, Senior Management Analyst for the Parks and Recreation and Cultural Arts Department, and joining me is Director Dave Knopp, Parks and Recreation Department. So we are here because in 2023, City Council adopted Resolution 2023-59, approving an annual fee adjustment based on the previous year's CPI adjustment for the San Diego County region. And what is the Parks and Recreation Department funding used for? For parks, beaches, trails, and maintenance improvements, recreation facility maintenance improvements, fixtures, furniture, and equipment, service maintenance contracts, full-time and part-time staff, community partnerships, services for seniors, and our special events. And you can see from this graph over the years how the CPI index has changed from 2.4% on up to 3.8 is where the fees have been adjusted for this year. And any questions?
I have no speakers. Do we have public speakers?
We do not.
We have no public speakers, so let's see. I'm sorry, I forgot the disclosure. We'll go through disclosure first.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose, and no preliminary questions, I assume? Okay. I will open the public hearing. We have no public speakers. I will close the public hearing, and now we can go on to council discussion, and this is a pretty straightforward thing to do, so I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. And with that, we'll call a question. We're waiting for the computer. There we go.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10B.
Excellent, thank you. Item 10B is council to hear from applicants and make one appointment to the Parks and Rec Commission. And I'll turn this over to the clerk because you had an update.
I do have an update, and I just wanted to let everybody know that earlier today, one of the applicants, Justin Kahn, withdrew from consideration. So tonight, the only applicant we have is Megan Humphreys, and she just had to leave due to a family obligation, but she sent an email, which I will make part of the public record.
Okay, great. You'll post that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And with that, I will nominate her for the only nomination for the position, so.
Can we leave it vacant and put it back out, like you would with a position?
We could.
I vote to do that.
Well, I'm making a nomination. Do I have any other second on the nomination? I'll make a motion to nominate.
I'll second. Yeah.
Okay. And then
I'll make a counter motion to, since we only have one person, to put it back out to the public to see if we can get more than one person. I think we'd like to get the.
I think didn't we have 3 at one time?
This time around, we had 2 applicants. Prior iterations, we had several more, but this is like the third time through.
Yeah, we had.
Yeah, so I mean, if she wants it, she can still reapply, but I think we should do our diligence to see if we can get more than one person, one more. I mean, we're picking by default, and that seems crazy for a commission seat.
So I've got a substitute motion from Councilmember O'Hara. Do we have a second for the substitute? And since there are 4 of us up here, just for clarification, it takes 3 affirmative votes to move forward. 2-2 tie is a no action. But if the substitute motion looks like it fails for lack of a second, so we'll go back to the first motion, which is to put her in place with the one person and get this. We'll probably have future vacancies too we have to fill. So with that, I've got a motion and a second on the table, which is to
appoint Megan.
Appoint Megan. Okay. If there's no further discussion, did you want to talk?
I'm just
go ahead.
Trying to say why we wouldn't want to have a bigger pool of applicants and just pick somebody because they're available. That's not what commissions are.
I think my thought is this is the 3rd iteration.
It's not, though. This is somebody dropped out. I bet the public
understand.
didn't even know. I'm not sure. I realized it like a week ago. It's not like it's yeah. I don't know, picking by default, we want representation, not hot bodies that'll sit in seats.
It's a bird in the hand.
Is it?
So,
I mean, a bird in
yeah.
the hand, if it poops in your hand, is one thing, and a bird in the hand, if it flies away, is great.
I thought she was qualified. I thought Justin was qualified. We usually have that trouble. So, anything else? Otherwise,
I don't see what harm it does to move forward and give a shot, see if we can get more than one person to apply.
yeah. With that, can I call the question? So call the question.
That motion carries 3-1.
Okay, and that, whoops, put that in the wrong place. Item 10C we tabled, so we're on to.
10D, item 10D.
Oh, wow. Okay, item 10D is analysis of City Council initiated item regarding Village Parkway and Parkdale Lane intersection, potential safety improvements, and its contact person, Traffic Engineer Barr.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name's Ian Barr, Associate Traffic Engineer with the city, and I'm here joined by City Engineer Dan Nutter, and we're excited to talk about item 10D, analysis of City Council initiated item regarding Village Parkway and Parkdale Lane intersection potential safety improvements. So the recommended action for this item would be to review and provide direction to staff on proposed near-term and long-term improvements at the intersection of Village Parkway and Parkdale Lane. So some background, on March 11th, City Council initiated a request by Councilmember San Antonio and Deputy Mayor O'Hara to evaluate safety conditions at the Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway intersection with emphasis on school peak hours. So the study focus was to assess traffic operations, pedestrian and bicycle activity, collision history, and roadway features affecting student travel to and from the Parkdale Lane Elementary School. And the deliverable was to have staff identify and evaluate potential near-term and long-term safety improvements, including information about feasibility, cost considerations, and anticipated safety benefits. So the intersection characteristics of Village Parkway and Parkdale Lane. Village Parkway is a multi-lane major roadway, and Parkdale Lane is a local roadway. It's currently an always stop controlled intersection sitting around 600 feet west of the Parkdale Lane Elementary School, and there is increased multimodal activity during school peak periods. So some recent intersection improvements that were implemented in 2025, we did install solar-powered LED flashing stop signs along the Village Parkway approaches, and we also installed high-visibility yellow Continental School crosswalks. Both can be seen here in the picture. So here's a summary table of our evaluated improvements. So for the near-term time frame, we took a look at an always stop control at Gatepost Road, curb bulb outs, vertical traffic calming measures, lane narrowing, pedestrian refuge islands, speed radar feedback signs, school advanced warning signs, sight distance improvements and maintenance, enhanced enforcement, and for the long-term time frame, we evaluated a traffic signal at this location. So I'll start talking about the near-term improvements. First one, an always stop control at Village Parkway and Gatepost Road. So this intersection sits around 1,200 feet north of the Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway intersection, and we evaluated the conversion of this intersection to an always stop control. After evaluating, we found it did not meet the California MUTCD warrants. However, even though it did not meet, this doesn't preclude City Council from still directing staff to install an always stop here. It is operationally feasible as a low-cost safety enhancement with an estimated cost of between $10,000 and $15,000. We also took a look at lane narrowing, so this would reduce existing lane widths to a minimum of 11 feet and would repurpose excess roadway width while maintaining capacity. Feasibility-wise, it can be implemented through striping and roadway modifications while maintaining existing traffic operations, and it would have an estimated cost between $20,000 and $40,000. We also evaluated pedestrian refuge islands along the Village Parkway approaches. It would require some lane narrowing and reconfiguration to be able to get that allowable space for a pedestrian refuge island. Feasibility-wise, it can be implemented with a lower cost solution like flexible delineators, or a little bit higher cost solution with actual concrete refuge island, and it would require some adjustments to the concrete raised median. Another near-term improvement we looked at were permanent speed radar feedback signs. So these would be installed along the Village Parkway approaches. These provide real-time speed information to vehicles. Feasibility-wise, it's a simple installation, and to furnish and install these signs, it would be 2 of them, between $7,000 and $9,000. We also took a look at school advanced warning signs at the approaches for all directions at this intersection. These would be the fluorescent yellow-green school warning signs. They would be a low-cost solution, easy to implement, estimated cost between $2,000 and $3,000. And then site distance improvements and maintenance along all Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway approaches, evaluating areas where we can trim or remove vegetation obstructing any signs or sight lines. Again, easy to implement through our maintenance activities and contracts, a low estimated cost of $1,000 to $2,000. And also we looked into enhanced enforcement during school peak hours, where we would coordinate targeted traffic enforcement during arrival and dismissal periods. Feasibility-wise, it would require coordination with the sheriff's office and would be subject to their available resources. It would not have a direct capital cost. And then some of the near-term improvements, which we found to not be feasible. We did look at curb bulb outs, which would shorten crossing distances. However, we did find them to not be compatible with the larger emergency vehicle turning requirements. We also looked at vertical traffic calming, like speed cushions and speed tables. However, the Village Parkway corridor does serve over 200 annual emergency responses per year, and it's also classified as a secondary evacuation route. So our fire department does have some hesitations with installing those. The long-term improvement that we did evaluate was a traffic signal at this intersection. We conducted the evaluation using the MUTCD signal warrant analysis. These factors include us evaluating the traffic volumes, pedestrian activity, school crossings, collision history, and roadway conditions. After we did evaluate all 9 of these warrants, we did not find any to meet, so I will quickly discuss the warrant that was the closest to meeting, which was warrant 4, the pedestrian peak hour volume. We found the pedestrian peak hour to be between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning. We counted 48 pedestrians crossing Village Park and 639 vehicles along Village Parkway during the same hour. And the way this warrant works is you take the pedestrian volume and the vehicle volume, and you go ahead and you plot it on this chart to the right. And if that point falls above that first line, it would meet the warrant. However, we found this to fall below, so it did not meet. So as I stated, a signal is not warranted under the current standards. However, like I said, similar to the stop sign, this does not preclude City Council from directing us to go ahead and install a signal here. However, it would require extensive design, utility coordination, and construction, and it would have an estimated cost between $400,000 and $600,000. So here is our evaluation summary table. It goes over all of the improvements I just discussed, the time frame, and the estimated cost. And as a reminder, the recommended action for this item is to review and provide direction to staff on proposed near-term and long-term improvements at the intersection of Village Parkway and Parkdale Lane. And that concludes this presentation.
Okay. Any questions of clarification?
Yeah, real quickly. This is a council-initiated item.
This is a response to a council-initiated item.
Okay, so in a council-initiated, this is a council-initiated item that came about because myself, Deputy Mayor, and Council Member San Antonio went out and stood at this lane at the request of some residents, right? Does that sound right? And then we also had, I think we had a member of the Mobility Traffic Safety Commission out there as well. So generally when a council initiated item comes forward, is the council looking to have positive action taken, or are we trying to brush something under the rug? Usually trying to get action. I just want to make it clear that this is a council initiated item. Councilmember San Antonio and myself pushed this forward because we care about kids in the neighborhood, and I know that there were people in the audience who seem to be telling people otherwise, and I just wanted to make sure nobody would do that on purpose. So I just wanted to clear the air that a council initiated item is because the council intends to create a positive outcome and an action on something. So I just wanted to clarify that. So that's my question of clarification, just to confirm that this is a council initiated item to improve this intersection by the council member San Antonio and myself. Great, thank you, I appreciate the answer.
Okay, that was a clarification, okay. With that, how many?
We have 5 speakers.
5 speakers, let's do the public speakers.
Sure. First 3 speakers, Molly Hantlian, followed by Chad Laughlin, and then Farhad Mahmoudi.
Good evening, Council. Molly Hantlian, no PowerPoint. Having recently lived off of Willow Spring and Parkdale Lane for over 5 months, I can attest there's a need for several of these measures. I want to thank the Deputy Mayor and Council Member San Antonio for taking the time to go out and agendize this, but also to physically observe, because I observed a lot during the day as well as nighttime hours. It takes observation as well as doing the technical assessment of a traffic study, so I thank our engineers for that. I want to highlight that some of the smart near-term safety measures that I would support is, and from living there, is an always stop at control at the Gatepost Road, definitely speed radar feedback signs. But one issue I kept seeing is sight distance improvements. There's not a lot of parking, of course, on Village Parkway, but on Parkdale Lane there is. And I know this is about Parkdale Lane and Village Park, but I would recommend that they also look at Willow Spring, because they just recently improved the sidewalk easements, making them yellow, and did curb cutouts, and that is an improvement. But a lot of people during drop-off park right up to the curb easement. And so it causes a visibility issue. So I also agree that increased enforcement, and I know we're working, or the city is working on crossing guards. I highly support to make sure we have good crossing guard coverage at that location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Chad Laughlin. I'm a homeowner on the western side of this intersection in Village Park. Actually, I'm here today with my 2 kids who wanted to be here, even though it's the last day of school for one of them. And this is really important to us and them, not just because of the school, but also because both of them have friends that live on the other side of this intersection. And the roadway. And this road is really a barrier to them, not just for school, but to be able to go back and forth to their friends' houses. It's really not very comfortable for us to allow them to do that by themselves, which is unfortunate. And so we're very supportive of all of the feasible and near-term improvements that have been raised in this report, and we're very, thankful that this has been brought up by the council. And initiated. And I would also offer some, if you're willing to hear some, minor constructive criticism. We were a little disappointed to only have one long-term solution, the traffic light. I realize that that's the study's been done that doesn't meet some of the criteria, but we were hoping to see some other potential long-term solutions, such as infrastructure where a pedestrian can press a button to notify oncoming traffic of their intent to cross the intersection. These are used throughout California. Most people probably around here are experienced using these when they're crossing PCH, mostly at unsigned intersections, but they are used. And they can involve pressing a button and have the crosswalk illuminated or having a yellow flashing pedestrian sign light up. So we would encourage you to consider those as potential long-term solutions if they're determined feasible by your staff. The other constructive criticism we would offer is in the near term for the enforcement. We're really appreciative of the enforcement from the sheriffs. We would like to see that enforcement continue and also be expanded outside of the school hours. This street, this intersection and this street's really used almost as a cut through now for people to avoid all of the traffic lights coming up Manchester going north. And so I think that people know that there's really not enforcement done there, especially outside of school hours. So it would be great to see enforcement done in the evenings at other times of day when kids are crossing to get to and from friends' houses. When we go on our evening walks, we constantly see people who don't even do California rolling stops. They're doing like, oh, we're doing 45. We're going to stop to like 15 or 20 and just go through it. So thank you for listening to our comments.
Following Farhad, next three speakers, Chris DeLamp, Abigail Brown, and then Bernie Dillon.
Hi, Council. My name is Farhad Mahmoudi. I live in Village Park. I see Chad and his family most mornings when I'm walking to school with my daughter. And I'm here to speak in support of this item. Every single one of these near-term improvements that are being suggested, I think, are great. In particular, I like that that went above and beyond and suggested the actual stop signs at gate post, because that's something that actually divides up where pedestrians in Village Park can access each side of what's on Village Parkway. So I think that's actually a really awesome suggestion. I noticed, obviously, that a couple of these near-term solutions have been ruled out as unfeasible, which I'm a little disappointed by. I understand that we have to take fire's concerns into account, but because they're the ones that are actually the ones that are most likely to change driver behavior as they're going through the intersection. I think, kind of by way of example, this is going to sound a little bit weird, but I'm a parent. I think all of you are parents. When we have kind of disciplinary issues at home, right? Let's say I have a kid that wants to steal cookies out of the cookie jar, right? I tell them there are rules, I tell them there are consequences, and if they keep doing it, I tell them there are more rules, there are more consequences, maybe they keep doing it. At a certain point, I move the cookie jar somewhere else so that they can't get to it. But maybe that takes a really long time, right? Now your kid gets older, now let's think about what you do with the bottles of liquor that are in the house, right? You probably have a little less patience in terms of giving them rules and working on enforcement, and eventually maybe you get to the point of locking the liquor cabinet, maybe you get to the point of drawing lines on the bottles of alcohol to make sure that you can be more proactive about it because the potential consequences are more severe. And if you really want to take it to something extreme, if your kid comes to you and says, I heard Tide Pods are delicious, you immediately remove the Tide Pods from the actual house and maybe you go to liquid detergent or something like that. And the point of the example is, as the consequences of what's happening become more and more grievous, you take steps to actually change the physical environment to make sure that the damaging things that could potentially happen are impossible to happen or significantly reduced in chance. And we're doing a lot of things that are helping with pedestrian behavior. We're putting up more signs. I think the pedestrian refuge is a good way to keep people out of the road for longer periods of time. But ultimately, I walked that intersection 4 times today, last day of school, there and back, picking up around 12:30, there and back. 4 of those times that I walked, 3 times there were people running those stop signs. So people are, like the city manager said, you get upset when people aren't listening to what the rules are, when other people are listening to the rules, and people aren't following those rules. So the near-term solutions that are the more unfeasible ones are the only ones that are actually going to be reducing driver speeds as they blow through that intersection. So I'm here to ask if we can maybe have a conversation with the fire department and see if there's some creative ways, maybe there's cutouts that you can put out there that can actually make this a possibility. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Krista Lamp, and I would like to speak in support of Agenda Item 10D. My family and I walk to school every single morning crossing the Parkdale Lane and Village Parkway intersection, and my son will be entering 5th grade next year. And like any child his age, he's looking for more independence. He wants to walk to school with his friends, ride his bike to school, and as parents, that is something we would like to encourage. But unfortunately, with the way the intersection exists today, and with the increased traffic from the Paul Ecke relocation next year, I can't in good conscience allow this. Walking through that intersection every single day, I often ask myself a simple question. What would make me feel safest crossing here with my child? We want to hear the council discuss the safest options with the traffic engineers, and despite what we heard from their findings today, we support options that shorten the crossing distances, such as narrower lanes, curb build-outs, and pedestrian refuge areas. We also want to see increased improvements of visibility between drivers and pedestrians, and ultimately designs that physically encourage slower vehicle speeds. And these aren't just theoretical concerns. I've personally witnessed multiple cars running that stop sign, even when a crossing guard is standing in the middle of the street. Just a few weeks ago, after my family had just crossed that intersection, I watched the driver nearly hit the crossing guard because he chose not to wait. The crossing guard called out the driver for their poor behavior, and the driver stopped, screamed profanities with children and parents present, despite clearly being in the wrong. So I also strongly believe that the intersection should be designated a school zone. I understand it may fall just outside the limits, but the city has the authority and the responsibility to make that change when circumstances warrant it. The daily presence of hundreds of students and families certainly warrants this consideration. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of the enhanced Sheriff's Department enforcement at that intersection. We've seen firsthand that when deputies are present, driver behavior significantly improves. So at the end of the day, we're just asking for common sense improvements that allow kids to be kids and give parents peace of mind as they gradually grant their children more independence. We have the opportunity to make that intersection safer before a tragedy forces us to act. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Abigail Brown, and I live in Village Park 1. Let me start by saying I would appreciate hearing a discussion between the Council and City traffic engineers tonight regarding which of the options identified in the study are expected to provide the greatest safety benefits for pedestrians and our children. As I reviewed the report, I noticed that curb bulb outs and speed bumps were identified as not feasible. At the same time, the report notes that curb bulb outs can shorten the crossing distance, improve visibility, and reduce vehicle speeds, all meaningful safety benefits. I ask this question with full appreciation of our fire department and emergency response access. My question is this: are those non-feasible measures the safest options for pedestrians? And if so, how does the city balance those potential safety benefits against the operational needs of emergency response? While I defer to the experts, as a parent and resident who walks through this intersection daily, I feel safest with solutions that shorten the crossing distance, improve visibility, and physically encourage slower vehicle speeds. This brings me back to the curb bulb outs. Has a truck turn template been provided? Based on my own observation, it seems this intersection should be able to accommodate fire engines and still allow for the safety improvements. I would also encourage you all to drive the speed limit downhill around the semi-blind curve on Village Parkway to experience just how limited visibility can be on that intersection. The intersection must become a school zone. While I understand it falls short of the standard requirements, I also understand that the county council has the ability to make exceptions when warranted. This is our only route to school. A school zone would bring the large, bright yellow flashing signs and the additional awareness this intersection needs. Lastly, enhanced enforcement. Please coordinate with the sheriff to have an increased presence at this intersection come August. Their presence makes a huge difference. In closing, I ask each of you to think about your own children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, and the children throughout our community. Consider what measures you would feel comfortable with if they were crossing that intersection on their way to school or to meet a friend. This council has an important decision to make. It is not an easy one, and I respectfully ask that it be made with the safety of our children at the forefront of this discussion. Finally, I want to thank the council, the city staff, and the traffic engineering team for conducting this study. I appreciate the time and effort that went into evaluating this intersection, and I applaud the city for moving quickly. I look forward to hearing some of these questions addressed during tonight's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and City Council members. I travel this pathway a lot, but it's a shortcut for me to go from there to meet pass all the traffic on Encinitas Boulevard and beat the traffic on El Camino Real. Lots of people do this. I'm not sure when they were standing there, but I can assure you when I come through there at 5:30, 5:45, there's a lot more than 2 or 3 cars. There's a lot of cars using that same shortcut to cut through there. Now there's some great pedestrian crosswalks in Carlsbad off the 101. They're completely lit up all the way across on both sides. They have lights telling people there are pedestrians crossing, and these are all visitors who are coming here to our county to enjoy the beaches of Carlsbad, and that would be a great place to put that. But this is also a great place to put the cameras. Narrowing roads, my experience with them, with Santa Fe Drive, is they don't work. In fact, people go faster than they do before, the way it was before. So making the roads narrower does not work because people still are driving ridiculously fast on Santa Fe Drive. On Sunday, a car blew through a red light, 62 miles an hour on Santa Fe Drive trying to get through before church started. 62 miles an hour. So narrowing lanes do not work. Put up the cameras, start catching people, write the citations, and people will slow down. Thank you.
We do have one additional speaker, Sheila Cameron.
Good evening, Sheila Cameron. Okay, I always like to add a little history, seeing I've been around so long. The school boards took off the buses. That started all of this. All of the cars in all of our neighborhoods practically running over kids. I was on Cotter, the south part of Cotter, heading toward Capri, and the school is over here in this corner. And a woman came up behind me, flew by me. She had to stop by the time she got to the stop sign. And for what? Because her kids are more important than anybody else's kids. So I laid on my horn and stayed on her until she went around the corner. And I'm just, it's this kind of thing. But you need to go. All the parents are here tonight. Get your friends together, all the other parents, and go to the school boards. They need to take another look at putting buses back on. And they deliberately took them off, and they created problems in all our neighborhoods. I do agree that narrowing lanes is stupid, doesn't work, it makes it very dangerous. And I think the cameras would work. We've hired 2 extra sheriffs. They need to be there. That's all there is to it. It's sad, but true. Thanks.
That concludes speakers. We did have two individuals, Pete Albanese and Jessica Lofton, register support, but choose not to speak on the item.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to council discussion. Anybody?
I'll start off, but first off, I want to thank city engineers for going to work on this. I want to thank the residents for bringing this to our attention, and everyone who went out there to take a look at this. Everything you heard from a lot of the parents who came in today was true. I mean, Councilmember San Antonio will tell you, we sat there and like waved at people as they just rolled right through the stop sign. It was shocking how quickly they just rolled through. It was like a nod and go. So I think that was a really valid point, and it's almost to the point of see it to believe it. I also think there's a lot of options to go here, and it's going to be a good long discussion here to knock things out. But that, I would say to the rest of the council, having been out there, I think it was Crystal Lamp who mentioned the downhill aspect of it. And that downhill turning aspect of it is such a big challenge in this project, because I think that's where people get their speed. That's where they're certainly going the fastest, is not downhill. And I think that's where we saw a lot of the parents feeling the least safe was on that west side of the road. And there's going to be a lot of discussion about ways we can look at it. I think the power to fix this sits in our hands, and I think that we also need to collaborate with our schools, as was said in a few various ways. So I'm going to come back to this, obviously, but I'm going to rest now, and I'll let the council talk about it.
And Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with that this is a long-needed improvement. I will agree with Sheila that I've been pushing for school buses back for a long time. Obviously, it's not something we can do, but as the one of the board member or the chair of the school district liaison committee, we're trying to push ways with Paul Ecke going over there this year, trying to get them to do a study and see what it looks like and see what the feasibility of kind of bringing it back. But I think that's a first spot, and they're kind of naturally doing it anyway. It's a perfect time to get double numbers and see if that's a way to move forward. That being said, to kind of kick this thing off, my biggest draw towards improvements, I would entertain the four-way stop at Gate Post. It's not my favorite idea, but I would entertain it. I think it does have, especially for that southbound traffic coming around that right-hand curve. It's always been like that, and I guess more people, more issues, now would be the time to put this in. Real quick, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't put the flashing lights on a four-way stop?
Councilmember Schaefer, you're correct. So I think what most of the commenters were referring to is a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, what we refer to as an RRFB. We do have a lot of those around town, so that is something that we are all as a community experienced using, understanding, and those are not to be, they're not meant to be placed at stop-controlled intersections. They are meant to be placed at mid-block locations or at intersections where there is not a stop. So they would be conflicting with our all-way stop. The intent of an all-way stop is everyone stops. To put a flashing yield essentially is kind of from a traffic engineering standpoint and the MEDCD a no-no.
Copy. Thanks, Dan. So appreciate that answer, and for the public. My biggest ones I did like in our conversation, I know the curb bulb outs weren't necessarily, there's benefits, not, and negatives. I do believe there's some benefits to them, but I also know that we talked about narrowing the lanes just ever so slightly, not down to the Santa Fe narrow, but narrowing them just enough to make the center there at the four-way stop. I can show you, but the one on Village Parkway, both the north and southbound. So there is a refuge for people crossing. Also, I think for our crossing guards, instead of them having to go all the way back to the corners, they can be kind of a little bit more centrally located in the the middle of the intersection during that time. Obviously, wearing the bright colors. So I do think that if we could do a small lane narrowing, I think we talked, if they're 14 feet down to something in the 12, 11 and a half feet, whatever it was, to give just ever so much, there would be a 6-foot refuge in the middle there on Village Parkway. which covers the pedestrian refuge islands. I think the speed, the permanent speed radar feedback signs, I think those work. I see them on Quill Gardens. I think that people see them. I think some people ignore them, but I think for the most part, it's a little bit of public shaming where somebody in front of you, behind you sees it, and people tend to do it kind of out of a peer pressure. And if it works kind of thing. So the advanced signage is working. I think the site distance, like Molly pointed out, and a bunch of people pointed out, but specifically on Parkdale Lane, improving that entire section. Enhanced enforcement. Yeah, obviously enhanced enforcement, that's a kind of a must to kind of push people back. We've been pushing for that citywide, but obviously at the start of school, as today's the last day of school, there's definitely a time. Obviously for the families that live in the neighborhood, to improve that area and to put in a full stoplight at $400,000 to $600,000. It's not really a dollar amount. I did ask this in my briefing if we could put in the stoplight and it could function as a stoplight for the high traffic hours, and then after that it becomes a stop sign, and that is not something that is feasible, but something of the where we could really hone in on those hours and create that, because it would be of great help. Outside of doing a full four-way stoplight, I think that a combination of these, really several of these to kind of come together to make this intersection I'd hope that we'd use this as a tester for all of the other intersections that we're going to in the near future have issues with all the new homes, all the new stuff coming into our town. This is probably more of a standard going forward. And so us coming up with, just like we do with a lot of things, coming up with our own Encinitas way to make sure that this goes forward. That being said, talking to the school board, which I can do next Wednesday, at the school board committee, about making this a school zone. Is that something that we can do?
So the element of regarding this as a school zone, so from all technical perspectives, a school zone is within 500 feet of a school. That means edge of that school property, from edge to edge of the property, 500 feet out, right? So we at this intersection are about 750 feet out. So technically it is outside the school zone definition. Now, from that standpoint, it's not really affecting what we do at this intersection. We wouldn't really do anything differently at this intersection, whether we're calling it a school zone or not. We have already kind of taken some liberties, and that's why we have yellow high visibility crosswalks here. Technically, that is supposed to be done only within a school zone, all right? So we've already taken some of those liberties to kind of try to make this a little bit more proactive of a visual cue that this is a highly school active area. But from a standpoint of speed, things of that nature, it really wouldn't help us too much. So council has given staff direction a couple months ago to move forward with some speed lowering around town. One of the areas that we are lowering the speed, currently Village Park Way is 35 miles an hour. We are lowering that to 30 miles an hour, and we're doing that through AB 43. And one of the actual positives to that is our engineering and traffic surveys that we recently did back last summer. We do this usually every 7 years. It's actually shown that speeds on Village Park Way have decreased over the last handful of years. So that actually is a good news story. Part of it may in well fact be because council gave us authorization a few years back to lower it to 35 miles an hour. Now it's being lowered to 30, and that kind of helps reduce some of that speed here. AB 382 is a similarly natured state law that in school zones allows us to reduce the speed from 25 miles an hour to 20. At Parkdale Lane, we already have it marked as 20 miles an hour in that area. So again, we've kind of taken those liberties to make the speed adjustments the best that we could to really help the community.
Copy, thanks. So for me, I think the big thing is getting a combination, doing the enforcement, and then also I think this is what we're talking about with the crossing guards and why we wanted the MOU to come back, because this was one of the intersections, a couple other intersections out there. I have had questions come across my email regarding parents being more involved in the crossing guard model, where maybe that intersection ends up having more than one or two, or if parents could volunteer. I'm sure with the amount of parents that are concerned, it'd probably be a once or twice a year type thing. It's not going to be an every morning, or you take a week and that's your week or whatever. But I think having more parents involved in that, and even students that can, I don't know, get extra credit or whatever they want to do, but to be a part of that process of making this intersection safer. And it will, I think, generationally, as those kids are now in elementary school, by the time they're driving, that intersection will have had that known kind of, I would say, the strict factor where people are now using that intersection and understanding that, and ultimately cutting the cross through. And then the other thing that we can do as a city is to make Encinitas Boulevard and El Camino Real more efficient so that people stop cutting through. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councilmember San Antonio.
I just want to thank staff, as I know it's a lot of work. As every one of these had to be vetted and worked through, so I can appreciate the amount of time, because there's quite a few here. I guess I'll just go through and what I was thinking, or I think you and I have talked about it in our briefing as well. I really like the idea of taking out the northbound and southbound turn lanes, and making a larger refuge island. I know I know Deputy Mayor and I hung out there on that little sliver of island right there, and stood there with one of the other traffic commissioners, and that's where we stood to watch what was going on throughout the intersection. Eventually we moved to the sidewalk, but standing there on that little curb, and I think we talked about a possible 6-foot one. But I think if we wanted to look at this holistically, and like what the amount of kids that come through it, the amount of uses it gets during the day, not just school time, but throughout the day, I think it makes more sense to me. I know it's, could it be inconvenient? But I also think that slowing the people down to make a left-hand or right-hand turn, or left-hand turn into those, onto those streets, I think it's gonna cue them up slower to slow down, as well as shortening the distance without putting those bulb outs out. But it will now narrow it down to 2 lanes on each side, and allowing a larger refuge island. For me, that made a lot of sense. More kids can be on that island. I know it's on the higher end of what these are costing, but for me, it's not necessarily all about the cost. I think it's about that was my old neighborhood. That's the neighborhood I grew up in for 20 years. I feel like that is, I want to take care of my hood. I know there's so many kids that in that neighborhood. For myself growing up, and when I go back to visit friends that live there, right next door to where I grew up, it's like you see the amount of kids that are still there now. It's amazing. It's such an awesome little pocket that I get to keep going back to. But I also think that let's just keep going down. Let's see. The speed radar feedback signs, I think that's an easy one. Coming up and down, going, is it east and west or north and south? Yeah, north and south. I think that makes a lot of sense coming down up and over that hill. Just a reminder. The site distance improvements. I think we should maybe cut back some of the trees. I'm not sure if that's, in the public right of way. But definitely trying to clean that up. And of course the enforcement. Every time there's a traffic enforcement and you start to see them around town, it's definitely slowed me down. I drive a Sprinter van, so I'm not driving fast, but I definitely see them going up and down. When I go up Encinitas Boulevard, I see them in their hiding spots, and it definitely, gives me pause for thought, even though I'm going the speed limit. Let's see. I think that's it for what I was thinking. Do I think that a traffic signal is warranted there? Maybe not now, maybe in the future. But right now I can see that it doesn't meet the requirement, but I do think it's a big enough intersection if we don't make that Refuge Island, that full lane, but I don't think $500,000 is, or $600,000 is effective use of that right now. I'll rest.
Okay, I'll hop in here. Boy, I used to live in the neighborhood too, over in Village Park, and I still walk past this intersection today from my house. So I come over past Gate Post and down and go around past Parkdale and back down and back to Liebenhain. And the standard that we call it the Parkdale walk. So I'm familiar with it. I also had a chance during the protests. I think Farhad and Brad, you were out there with me. And what struck me is that we have 10 drivers potentially simultaneously at that intersection, plus all the kids, plus the crossing guard, right? There's a crossing guard assigned here. And the crossing guard seemed overwhelmed, inconsequential. I mean, we even heard an example tonight where they weren't paid attention to. I've been a crossing guard. I know what it's like. You know, I'm big enough. I could stand there with a metal sign and people would think twice. I would step in front of them and threaten their hood of their Mercedes, and that helped. But so there's clearly a problem. The road type, I mean, is this a collector or is this a local? Do we know? Local augmented? Under the current, whatever it is, it has a mismatch. It's huge. It's absolutely wider. Why? Because in the original zoning before incorporation, the county had this road meandering all the way through Liebenhain as Village Parkway. And the RR5 extended all the way through Liebenhain. And when we downzoned, or I should say the county downzoned Liebenhain, they didn't make the road smaller. So you have this huge 6-lane, it's the same width as Encinitas Boulevard. And so people drive like it's Encinitas Boulevard, and we got to stop that. So the first thing I wanted to address was the cut-through traffic. And we had that same problem on Rancho Santa Fe Road, and the stop signs actually reduced traffic volume. And so I support absolutely the always stop at Gate Post because it will reduce traffic volume. Because I watch as I drive down Encinitas Boulevard, I see people very aggressively driving behind me as I'm going the speed limit or 5 miles under. And when they get the chance, they pull over and they zip around that corner, just blow through it. And Farhad could probably sit at your back fence and watch this all day as people go flying through there. So slowing them down, cutting through would be a good thing. So I support the always stop. The enforcement, of course, I support having focused traffic enforcement out there as we have the all-new traffic. We have a new traffic load out there with new people going, so we should have sheriff's enforcement there. And I look to the Traffic Commission to help us in reminding the sheriff to be there in August. The sight distance on Parkdale Lane, absolutely. We should increase that well beyond the minimum of 20. I think the more sight distance we get, because the volume of kids and students, not just at peak hours, but all day, is just unusually high on this intersection. Speed radar signs, easy, absolutely. Can I go and add one more over on Mountain Vista? Because I think that's part of the problem here. People using Mountain Vista to Village Parkway as a cut through. And so at least on an eastbound, to get them to slow down before they even get to this intersection. And then in the future, I'm talking about current stuff, but I'll add one future one. This to me seems like the absolute poster child for stop sign cameras. This is exactly where they could be worth their weight in gold, because we need to start changing behaviors on drivers at intersections like this. I want to go through a couple other areas to talk about. I want to know if we have a fire engine / truck friendly bulb out design. There's enough right of way here. I don't see how we can't get a truck. And I would be, and you usually hear me up here saying I'm not for lanectomies. But because of the unique history of this road being a huge collector from the 1960s when it was laid out, this is an opportunity to take away a lane, at least at the intersection, and put a proper bulb out, but make sure it is 100% compatible where the trucks, all the fire trucks and fire engines can make the corner without going into the opposing lane on either side. So maybe it's a bulb out halfway into the reduced intersection or something like that. So I would like to see a design for that. Trim foliage. I mean, I think that's part of our contract today. We should be doing whatever trimming foliage and signage should be visible. I support the Village Park Way going to 30 miles an hour. I think that's all part of the problem. What did I miss? Anything? School zone. Flashing RRFB, I agree. I don't think it's appropriate there. Depending on how the bulb out works and whether that works in the future, I would consider a stop light here. What I have seen is flashing yellow doesn't really stop all the drivers at the same time. And what you really need to get the kids across, and even during the middle of the day, when your kid's out there and during summer or whatever, if they can hit a button and get a red light and all cars stop, it's so much safer. Similar example would be the intersection on Rancho Santa Fe Road, which is not this wide, higher traffic, but if you go down to OPE, between OPE and DeGaino, Sun Vista Park, the stop sign's there, and with that stop sign, it's pretty safe to cross. My neighbor's son was in a wheelchair in elementary. She let him cross there alone, and it was fine. There was a crossing guard there too, though. So I would consider in the future a stoplight here, but first I think I would do the bulb out and look at a truck-friendly approach design. So I think, did I hit everything? If I have more, I'll come back. Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay. That leads to a couple of questions now. Regards to the school zone question and challenge, I know so the school liaison committee, just to clarify, is a recommending body. It's not a decision body, just to make that clear. So we have discussions there. It comes to the Traffic Safety Commission, the council at times, staff, but there's no decisions made there, just so that's clear. We can't just throw it up there and do that, not for you, but just for the public, because it's a little unclear. I'm going to go through and just make a motion on this, because I think we've done a lot. This is why you become a city councilor, right? To do good and to make a difference and to make everybody's life and quality of life as great as it can be, and support them in the community with the things they do in their day-to-day. So I'm going to make a motion, and then I'm going to add on to it, but I'm going to make the motion really quickly.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I apologize for interrupting you. I did want to say something about bulb outs, if it doesn't affect your motion at all, but I did want to have a little bit of a conversation with that.
Well, sure. You know what? I'm going to mind having a conversation with you. Go ahead. Yeah, I think that's great. Please.
Yeah. So we had some really good comments and questions about whether we actually did truck turning movements to determine whether or not bulb outs could be satisfied in this configuration. And unfortunately, the reality is they cannot. So our fire engines cannot make the turning movement, which also means that large semi-trucks would not be able to make the movement either without doing one of two things, mounting the curb of the bulb out or going into opposing lane of travel. Now, I am a staunch opponent of allowing a vehicle to mount a curb when it comes to bulb outs, because we have seen fatalities in San Diego County for that exact thing. So, so unfortunately, just the configuration of the intersection as it currently is not a great candidate. Really, the appropriate locations for bulb outs would be if you have a controlled stop like we have here. Every road direction has at least 2 lanes of travel and a parking lane. Typically, they don't work well if you have a bike lane, because then you have to figure out how your bicyclists are either going to get into the bulb out or into the travel lane. This area is cycled fairly heavily, so really the directions of the bulb outs they would not be ideal. Mr. Mayor, heard your comment about a potential lanectomy, and I don't know, just from a traffic count standpoint, so Village Park Way is a collector road, so Definitely at peak hours, we would have extreme queuing in both directions on Village Parkway, I think if we had a single lane, but just wanted to kind of throw some of that information out for council.
Okay, so I hear you and with the bulb outs, and I concur very much with what you're saying, but not from the sense of that, but from studies and from speaking with other traffic engineers. I know that the only way you could do a bulb out at this time with the current configuration of the intersection would be to do I don't know, an uncurbed bulb out, which is
Mounted curve.
and so if you took the curb away, I know when I sit in an intersection with my daughter, if there's no curb there, I don't have that boundary for her, and that creates a physical boundary that she stays on the curb, and it's very clear. And I know when we're in an intersection where there isn't, there's a lot more movement of people in unclarity of where they should stand. So I support staff's evaluation there. I did have a question, and it's not exactly a lanectomy. Councilmember San Antonio touched on it. The mayor semi-touched on it. If we were to remove the turn lane, and very specifically on the, I guess that would be the north side of the intersection, to that point, when we stood out there weren't very many cars that turned there per se. As far as that causing more cars to back up and queue, I think that's what we're kind of trying to do here. So I don't know that that's a negative. So could you just kind of expand on what the possibility of doing that is?
Sure, yeah, and that, when we evaluated the refuge islands, we really evaluated two different opportunities or options. One is included with lane narrowing, and I think Councilmember Schaefer kind of touched on that potential approach. So that would allow us to increase the current median size, which is about 4 feet. If we were to reduce some of the lane widths, we'd be able to get a minimum of 6 feet for the refuge island, potentially a little bit more as well. We know this is a heavily traveled intersection, so 6 feet is really the minimum that we would want. So the second option would be removing those left turn lanes, whether it's both northbound and southbound, or even potentially just on the northbound direction. That would allow us...
Where the crosswalk is.
Exactly, yeah. So that would allow us to have a refuge island, as Councilmember San Antonio mentioned, that would be 14 to 16 feet in width, and that would really give a nice long location for a crossing guard and students and anyone else who's using this intersection at any time, not just a feeling of safety, but also a protected area for safety in the middle of that intersection.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, and that answers, I think, a lot of important questions and sets us up for what I believe is going to be a good motion. All right. You ready to write? All right. Okay, this is my motion. I motion to approve the all-way stop control at Village Park Gate Post Road. I move, and I'm going to move right down here. Skip the bulb outs. Lane narrowing, I'd like to see that included. I think no matter what we do, I think that all the studies show that narrower lanes will slow people down.
11 feet?
11 feet, I think we discussed it with the fire department and with the engineering staff, but certainly narrower. We bring the lanes down, and the visual cueing of narrowing the lanes will in all studies, slow people down a little bit and provide us with more space for the next item on here, which is the pedestrian refuge island in the middle. At the same time, I'd like to remove the north, at the very least, the north left-hand turn lane on Parkdale Lane. No, I'm sorry, on Village Parkway, sorry. Permanent speed radar feedback signs, include those. Advanced warning signage. Landscaping, which I kind of assume we should be doing anyways for safety purposes. But let's put that on to make sure it happens. Or if we don't put it on there, it won't happen. Additionally, I'd like to add a kids present sign at this intersection. Whether we put hours on it or not, I think that's up to staff to tell us what we can do. And I would like to have those signs blink during school crossing hours. Whether it's 100 yards up the road, that would be for you to decide where those signs go best, but for them to blink during school crossing hours. We can't we may not be able to do a school zone, but we can tell people kids are going to be present. I think that's really what we're trying to do here, right? I would support looking into, I think maybe you're bringing it back in a separate spot, the mayor's idea of having some signs on Mountain Vista as well. I don't know if it needs to be in this item, but I think bring it back as a separate thing. I think that covers my motion. I want to take this a step further, though, because this is about safety. This is about our experience out there that day. And a lot of people have brought up the crossing guard. And we had a fantastic conversation with her. We observed everything. We saw what was going on. And I'm going to talk, I'm saying with staff, I think I'm in the meeting as well, but staff city manager, I would like us to see adding a second crossing guard to that in the MOU to that intersection. I think that's one of the reasons we sent it back, is to make sure it's right. And I think this intersection, not only for the safety of the kids, but for the health and public safety of our crossing guard there. She is juggling both sides of the road. People are ignoring her. It's stressful, and we just need a second crossing guard there. And I'd also like us to encourage the school to look into something called School Safety Patrol. School Safety Patrol is something they do down in San Diego. And what they do is, for their closer intersections, they actually train some of their young students to assist some of the crossing guards. I don't think this intersection is something we should be looking at. But I think as we work in this MOU, we should discuss, hey, can we look at School Safety Patrol? Because it's a very rigorous course for these young people. We have some very responsible 7th and 8th graders who would get involved, maybe some high schoolers who would get involved, and make it easier for us to put crossing guards where we needed, or help these crossing guards do their job better. We're always trying to do things better and safer. So I have my motion, but I'm adding that on there because I feel really strongly about taking every step we can to do that. I would say with the traffic signal at Village Parkway and Parkdale Lane, it can always come back. There's a good chance we can reevaluate. It's just because it's not on this motion that I put forward doesn't mean it's never going to happen. It's not something we should keep in mind. I think these measures will have an impact as it is, and we can go, if we need to do more, then we're happy to discuss more. But that's a pretty big, impactful motion that we just put out there. So I hope I get a second on that, and I'm going to rest.
I'll second it if you'll accept a couple of friendly amendments we already talked about. Enforcement, focused enforcement in August. I didn't hear that in there.
Oh, yeah. That's,
okay.
Yeah.
So, and then the sight distance along Parkdale Lane, increasing that to maximize to push the parked cars at least 20, but 20 is the minimum now, but I'd like to see it, whatever the traffic engineer thinks, will make it safer at those crosswalks by increasing visibility as people drive up on Parkdale.
So we could, do we need to red curb it? Would that help?
Yeah, I'm asking for red curb there, increasing the sight distance, so it's very obvious, no parking there, up to, of course, the minimum 25 feet, but if at the discretion of staff, if they think going back further will help get clarity there at the corner for the extra crossing guard.
I think that's a great amendment. I'll support that 100%.
So those are the two, and I'll second it with that. Yeah, it was interesting. My recollection, I've been going around to each one of the schools watching pickup drop-off, and I spent a lot of time around SDA in the last 2 years. And Melba and Bonita has 2 crossing guards typically there, and it's a very critical one, and it's a much smaller, physically smaller intersection than this, but it's got huge traffic with the 3 schools right there. And this has got Parkdale right there. So, okay. Last thing, I'd be remiss if I didn't quote Circulation Element 2.14 that says when it comes to a choice between commuter convenience versus safety and community character, the latter shall take precedent, and that's exactly what we're doing here. So. I'll yield.
The only thing I wanted to add, I agree with the motion. I just wanted to add to what we talked about with the crossing guards. I do think this is a perfect spot where if you had 2 crossing guards, I think I see it on Hygeia, but a lot of times the crossing guards they'll be on the corner and they'll hold the kids until 5 or 6 show up, and then they'll all go at the same time instead of every kid that shows up or every time that somebody new shows up. That's kind of what is. I think that's where some of the we all need to use the road, and not to give cars any more advantage. Just I think if parents could stand at the corners, the crossing guards could be in the center at these new island refugees. They could refuges. Sorry, they could actually point to the parent and say, "Okay, now bring them through." They could step out. It's a lot more seen and get those people across. But again, I think the parent involvement or that's a big part of this. I think that helps go a long way with that, and that would help these crossing guards. And so this intersection will ultimately, hopefully, be one of the safest intersections in the city. I'll rest.
Okay. Any questions from staff?
No, very clear.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second. No further. Let's call the question.
You want me to read it back?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I will-
Yeah. I'm sorry. No. We'll
there's
fly
no
without a
promise.
net right now.
There's no promise,
Yes,
but I'll do
please.
my best here.
Please.
To direct staff to move forward to approve the following improvements. Approve the always stop sign at Village Park and Gate Post. Add the lane narrowing to 11 feet. Remove at least the north left-hand turn at Village Parkway. Add in the pedestrian refuge islands. Add the radar, the advanced warning, the children present sign blinking during school hours. Explore the possibility of having signs added on Mountain Vista, add the traffic enforcement in August, and improve the side enforcement with the red curb at a minimum of 25 feet.
And do the landscaping that's
And then the
already-
landscaping, yes. Maintenance.
Yeah, I think that covered everything I had.
Yeah, I mean, the enhanced enforcement will come from city manager's office discussion with the sheriff's department, right?
Yeah.
I did say red curb.
So,
yes.
Okay.
It's that.
And just to confirm, do we want to make sure the southbound lane, because that's the one where people are getting all their speed. The southbound lane is. No, he's saying the northbound.
No, on the north side.
Oh, on the north side.
So it is southbound coming down the hill, yes.
Northbound is, okay, so it's.
Now we have crosswalks on both north and south. So shouldn't we take both of them out?
Yeah, he corrected it. It's the north side.
The crossing guard is on the, we can, either way, whichever you guys want. The crossing guard's on the north side of the intersection.
Yeah.
So in all likelihood, when we do an actual detailed design, we'll kind of step through the engineering analysis with a fine-tooth comb. This was not the final design analysis, right? This was a deep analysis for council's benefit. But when we get to the detailed design, we will make a best determination of whether one side or both makes the most sense for removal of those left turn lanes.
And for design immunity, will you bring it back to us?
This is likely to be a project over $100,000, so it's going to have to be approved by council.
Okay. So I think you've got direction. Sounds like we have our motion. Let's call the question.
Sure.
And then we'll take a break.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10E.
Okay, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 9 o'clock. Might be a 13-minute break. Ooh, that was good.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to kick it around anymore. Let's just go. Yeah.
Helps if I turn on the microphone. Review and consideration of extending the expiration date for Housing Certification Program, HCP, deed restricted covenants, and extending Affordable Unit Policy, AUP, which are set to expire June 16th, 2026. And the contact person is Associate Planner Brenner. With that, we'll start with a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Charlotte Brenner, and with me tonight I have Patty Anders, Planning Manager, and Scott Dropkin, Director of Development Services. Tonight I'll be presenting 2 city programs that are set to expire, and we'll be requesting City Council direction on how to proceed. I'll start by providing a background on the city's approach to addressing illegally constructed dwelling units. The city has historically allowed unpermitted units constructed prior to city incorporation to continue to operate under 2 separate housing program options. The first was the Housing Certification Program, or HCP, and the second is the Affordable Unit Policy, or AUP, which is still in effect today. I'd like to provide an overview of the key difference between the 2 programs for context, and will provide more details on the next few slides. The HCP did not formally legalize the unit, but brought the unit up to a minimum health and safety standard, required no affordability restriction, with the understanding that the unit would be required to be legalized or demolished after the program timeline described in the deed restriction timeframe date, which is June 16th, 2026 for all units. Whereas the AUP, which is still in existence today, formally legalizes units that are brought into conformance with building and fire codes and allows deviation from zoning standards with the exchange of an affordable restriction through a deed covenant placed on the property. The AUP provisions are also set to expire on June 16th, 2026, which is the same date as the HCP. Now I'll provide some more details on the HCP. The HCP was adopted in 1993, available for 2 years from January 1994 to December 1995. 164 units were approved under this program and was a way to allow unpermitted units to remain with minimal improvements, with the understanding that the units must be legalized or abated within a 20-year time frame, which was initially December 1995 through December 2015. As part of the program, a basic safety inspection was conducted to ensure there was no obvious health and safety issues. Improvements were required to resolve any issues identified, then a covenant was recorded on the property. Before the 2015 expiration, the City Council extended the deed restriction timeframe an additional 10 years to June 16th, 2026. City records show that 92 HCP units remain, meaning the property owners would be required to demolish or legalize the unit prior to June 16th. Now I'll provide some details on the AUP. The AUP was adopted in 1993 and went into effect on January 1st, 1996. This policy allowed existing zoning deviations for legal units that existed prior to incorporation to remain as long as the unit was brought up to current building and fire codes at the time of building permit application. And in exchange, the unit was deed restricted as affordable for low and very low income households in perpetuity. On November 19th, 2014, the City Council directed that interim provisions for the AUP be established to include a few revisions to the standing policies, which included revising the duration of affordability period from perpetuity to 20 years and the eligibility threshold was expanded such that the date in which the unit needs to be in existence to qualify for the program was changed from prior to incorporation to 2004. The interim AUP provisions have continuously been extended by the City Council to allow staff time to explore new legislation for accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and unpermitted units. When the policy expires, the units that are legally permitted under the AUP will not expire, but the program will no longer exist. To date, there are 37 remaining AUP units, and the most recent application was in 2021. There are several state legislative efforts that have passed since the last AUP extension that have an effect on the remaining HCP units and the AUP provisions. These state laws have further reduced permitting barriers, streamlined the approval process, and expanded the capacity to accommodate the development of ADUs. Previously, many unpermitted units could not be legalized outside the current AUP provisions, as the units could not comply with zoning standards. In 2024, Assembly Bill 2533 was signed and established a streamlined process for property owners to legalize unpermitted ADUs and junior ADUs that were constructed before January 1st, 2020, regardless of zoning compliance. This law prohibits a local agency from denying a permit for an ADU or a junior ADU constructed prior to January 1st, 2020, unless a finding can be made that the unit does not comply with life and safety standards as specified in the Health and Safety Code 17920.3. This bill provides a pathway for property owners to legalize their units that existed prior to January 1st, 2020, removing the city's ability to enforce the illegal unit to be brought up to current building code standards as required in the AUP. On March 25th, 2024, Senate Bill 477 was approved and became effective immediately. This section states that a local agency shall not impose any additional standards on proposed ADUs, except for a covenant requiring a rental term of 30 days or longer. As a result, an agency cannot require any ADU to be restricted as an affordable unit, removing the city's ability to add an affordable deed restriction currently allowed under the AUP provisions. As previously stated, there are 92 remaining HCP units that are set to expire on June 16th, 2026, and would require the property owner to either abate or legalize the unit, as required in the covenant recorded on the property. If this program expires, staff will notify property owners of their options for their unit, which include converting the unit back to its permitted use or removal of the structure unless it's subject to replacement housing law, or legalize the unit through ADU law using the Health and Safety Code, which has less stringent building code requirements, or legalize the unit utilizing current building codes, which would have a more stringent building code requirement. The City Council can vote to extend the program to allow additional time for property owners to bring these units into compliance. Staff would like to note that the HCP units have been able to remain for 30 years. As noted, the AUP provisions are set to expire on June 16th. If the policy expires, the property owners of unpermitted units, which existed prior to 2004, would not be able to apply for an AUP. However, the property owner could utilize ADU state law to legalize these units constructed prior to January 1st, 2020. If the City Council votes to extend the interim AUP provisions, the policy would need to be revised to comply with ADU law, meaning no affordability requirements are allowed. Therefore, the program no longer provides a benefit to the city of obtaining an affordable unit. The existing 37 units that were legalized through the AUP will not be affected by the extension or expiration of the policy, and the affordable restriction timeframe in the deed covenant would remain unchanged. Staff recommends that the City Council provide direction on whether to extend the AUP and the HCP deed restriction covenant timeframes, and if so, the duration of such extension. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Okay. I've got questions if nobody else does. The last HCP property that got submitted for the program was in what year?
The HCP program was only available in 1995, so that would have been the last application.
Okay, and I think you said that the AUP program, we had at least one application in 2021 as most recent. And so of the 37 AUPs, how many, is it all 37 remaining in the program have active deed restriction on income?
Yes, that's correct.
And they're going to expire, or any, I'm trying to think, the last one was 2021, so that would expire 20 years from whenever it was approved and occupied?
Correct.
Okay. And so do we have a bunch of them that are coming to the end anyways, or?
Specifically, we have 8 that are recorded for affordability for 20 years, and the rest are in perpetuity.
Oh, okay. Oh, so they didn't revert when we changed the law. The ones that were already under perpetuity stayed in perpetuity.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, great. That answers my questions. We have one public speaker. Okay, we'll hear the public speaker.
Ellen Burr?
Good evening, Council. I truly wish that this had come before you much sooner than this, because I think there are many things that could be discussed. Right now, these programs and our ADU program and our PADU program and our inclusionary program, which are all supposed to be addressing housing, hopefully affordable housing, is a mishigas. There's some people that give you the definition of that, but and what you have right now with the AUP program is inherently unfair. People who did the right thing to get theirs made okay are in perpetuity, but those who went the HCP route, right off the bat, I don't understand why they would do 2 overlapping programs. But anyway, so there are people out there now who've been in the HCP program for over 30 years in some instances and have been receiving market rate rents all that time for doing the wrong, not right thing. Whereas the people who went along and did what they thought they should do are in perpetuity affordable rates. And then some of them are able to get out after 20 years. So all of the affordable accessory programs that we are currently doing needed to be looked at and changed all at one time. So my recommendation is that you extend this for 1 year, both programs, okay? And as far as the HCP is concerned, you give those people until January 1st to let city know what option of the 3 that are available to them they are going to take. And if one is going to ADU, they need to apply for it immediately and get it underway. And then a year from now, they need to be in the process of demolition, conversion, or ADUing it. As far as AUPs are concerned, and I don't know if the 21 that was an application ever became approved and recorded, so I don't know if it's 37 or 38 or 36, but it is not right for the people who are in perpetuity to not be able to be 20 years instead. And why that wasn't done at the time, I don't know. But with the changes in the state law, all you need is a really good, not very expensive attorney to come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, I'll go if nobody else, go ahead. You beat me to it.
I kind of brought this up yesterday in my brief. I kind of agree with what Ellen just said. I think that personally these programs don't know exactly what their reasoning was and how they existed, but I think yeah, a 1 year, you move it or lose it type thing. And you've had time. They've had 30 years on the HC program, right, and then 20 years on the AUP. So I think it's time to do something. Either do it or get off the pot, so to speak. And I think that's where this program is, personally.
Okay. Going for a little further on the AUP program. So what I see is the reason people are in different programs is they were in different time slots. HCP came up in 93, went effective in 95, and then AUP initially with perpetuity went into effect in 96, went on until 2014 when it switched to 20-year. So depending on when you decided to convert, you got the deal you got. And so I hadn't realized that the in perpetuity AUPs didn't convert to 20-year at that period. So first question is, what changes can be made to those past deals that they already cut? Can we change them, or are they pretty much set because it was under that program?
Are you referring to the deed restricted?
Like if somebody has an AUP that has a in perpetuity and they did it in 2010 or something like that, what can they do? Can they convert it now to a ADU and get out of the program, or is there a covenant in place that basically said you made the deal, you're there in perpetuity?
Our understanding is that if they did come in with a building permit to convert the AUP into an ADU, that we would be required to remove the affordability restriction.
Okay, so just sitting there as they are under the current program, they have options to remove it themselves. And they may not even be renting the place, so they may not care.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So, and with the AUP, if it lapses, what ramifications are there on the 37 remaining units? They don't have to do anything, right?
For the AUP, if it were to expire, there's no ramifications on the existing units because they're already deed restricted.
And it already closed, so we're not going to get, or would we get potentially future applications of units that were built prior to 2014 or 5 or what? I can't remember the date. But bottom line is we got the last one in 2021. We're not likely to get any more. So the cost to the city, actually not cost, the impact to the 37 units is nothing on the existing. The only is whether or not we would have gotten a future one that we couldn't deed restrict anyways. So my argument is kind of a modification of where you were going. I let the AUP expire. It's dead, and there's nothing new coming in. HCP, it's a different animal, and that if that expires, then technically they're in a code compliance issue, and they either have to convert to an ADU, go through the paperwork, or they run the risk of a neighbor complaining and ending up with a code compliance. So I would entertain, and I'm going to step back once. There's a lot of work that goes into updating this every time we renew it, and so letting the AUP end gracefully is a good thing for the city. It's more efficient. There's really no value to the city. And getting the HCP to a point where it stops and we don't have to spend planning time on it, it's a good thing too. That said, they've had how many years on HCP? 30 years, yeah. I don't know whether a year is the right number. I kind of like to keep it a year because it keeps many of the same people up here. And I think this requires just a little institutional memory up here to end it and get this to closure so that we can reduce the burden on staff in the long run. So with that, I'll yield to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
No, I think that's a great point. And I just a clarification, I don't think there's no fees associated with going ADU from HCP to ADU, right?
That's correct.
So, I mean, to me, we're looking at a gutted program by state housing laws from 23-24 that give ADUs the ability to just kind of do all this. So it's kind of a not doing anything at this point. So I'm just going to motion to extend HCP 1 year and to end or to terminate the AUP program.
I'll second that.
Do we need a timetable if we terminate the AUP?
Did we? Oh, we had the one.
I think Ellen said it, right? By the first, they have to have their stuff in, and then
Yeah,
a
it's
year to
just
get it
at
done.
that time, that's where we can call that, or do we need to do more than that? I guess that would
If
be
you could
staff comments.
clarify in the motion the time frame that you would like.
Extending HCP 1 year and not extending AUP, and where I think Jim is asking for, and I would agree. What your opinion, is that enough time for the people that are processing right now, or for somebody to start and get through the ADU process?
Right, it's easy to say when they get to the end of this term, they're done, but do we need to give them extension to be fair?
I think it's plenty of time. And during that period, we'll do some outreach to them and let them know that it's coming. It's also, if we do need more time for one reason or another, we'll come to the council and ask for it. But at this time, we think.
And I think
we're
the
okay
year
for a
should start, is it tonight or
A year
once
from
we
the
send
end
out
date.
the?
Yeah, a year from when it's supposed to expire was
Oh.
the intention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, just to
June
be
to
completely
June.
fair, make it a year from the time that they get noticed. And then, once we send it out, whatever they,
I think they've been noticed already.
We have,
Multiple times over 30 years, but this.
Theoretically, they've been noticed for, and they've had it on a leash for 30 years, but
Yeah.
we could do it that way, way also, Councilmember Schaefer, where upon the date that they received their notice that it's going to end, we could give them a year from that date. That'd be.
I wouldn't. I think, let's just
it could-
stick
it
to
could be
the
convoluted at
dates
that
that
point,
we've been doing. I understand why you're doing it, but then you're going to get into questions, well, I didn't really get noticed and that kind of stuff. Just stick to a year extension from where we are today. You can get the letters out in that time. You've been getting letters out to these same property owners saying, hey, this program both programs could be terminating and you need to take action. So that's been occurring already. And now you can send out a letter, and I'm trying to think, can I give staff anything else? Can we give staff anything else to say, no, we're really serious this time? What do we have to do to help make them understand?
Actually, that's plenty, and Mayor, you really hit it on the head when you said there's a lot of staff effort to bring this to the table, and it's been brought several times now.
Yeah.
But just this one alone, I mean, there's a lot of people that have to review and we have to catch up. And there's a binder that's been around for 30 years that's gone from one staff person to the next. It would be nice to finish this off. And as the council has indicated, the ADU process is now completely folded into it. We were ahead of the game for many years and provided this ability to legalize units, and the state finally caught up with us, I guess, to some degree, except that they didn't have the affordable provisions like we were. It's because we did a better job.
And did you want to speak? Did I forget to? And then, okay, Marco San Antonio, Councilmember San Antonio.
I mean, they've definitely had more than enough time to try to get this rectified. So, I mean, I think a year's generous. I was ready to let them all die or let them all go away, but a year is fine. I would support that.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Let's call the question.
I just wanted to clarify real quickly. So it's extending the HCP for 1 year to expire on June 16th, 2027. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10F.
Okay, item 10F is a grant application to the California Department of Housing and Community Development Encampment Resolution Funding Grant Program, Round 5. And the contact person is Homeless Program Coordinator Pugh. With that, we'll start with a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Dr. Crystal Pugh, and I serve as the Homeless Programs Coordinator. With me is Scott Drapkin, Development Services Director, and Patty Anders, Planning Manager. I'm presenting item 10F, California Department of Housing and Community Development's Encampment Resolution Fund, Round 5, funding opportunity and the city's proposed application approach. This funding opportunity directly supports the City Council's fiscal year 2025 to 26 work plan. Specifically, Focus Area 1, Public Health and Safety for the Protection of Life, Property, and the Physical Environment. Goal 1.4, Balance and Reassess Enforcement and Services for the Unhoused. And under Objective B and C of the work plan, the city is tasked with identifying additional resources and supportive and permanent housing opportunities for unhoused individuals in coordination with the HOPE team. This funding opportunity also supports the implementation of the city's general plan housing element, Policy 1.7, coordinate with local social service providers to address the needs of the city's homeless population. And Program 2F, continue programs to reduce homelessness with objectives to continue to support programs to prevent homelessness, serve the individuals experiencing homelessness, and identify funding opportunities. The expanded services proposed in this application would be fully funded through the ERF Round 5 program, and no general fund contribution is required. The grant does not require a financial or in-kind match, which reduces the fiscal burden on the city. Additionally, the ERF provides the city a one-time lump sum payment rather than a reimbursement model, allowing the city to deploy resources quickly and efficiently. Over the past year, the council has taken several key steps that positions the city well for this ERF application, including expanding our partnership with San Diego Rescue Mission for dedicated outreach and housing navigation services. Since HCD released the Round 5 NOFA in March of 2026, staff has met with SDRM to assess partnership capacity, and council has approved amendments to strengthen that contract. The ERF program requires jurisdictions to resolve unsheltered homelessness within a clearly defined encampment area. Unlike prior ERF grants, Round 5 does not require immediate placement into permanent housing, but offers another option that is a pathway to permanent housing, which means the grant will fund the individual's next appropriate placement, which is often interim housing, recovery programs, transitional housing, or even family reunification. The grant requires a housing-first approach, which I will discuss in more detail in the following slides, and includes low-barrier, non-punitive approaches. However, it is important to note that this round of ERF grant allows agencies to place unhoused individuals in the next placement that is appropriate for them, which could be direct placement into low-barrier facilities that have non-punitive approaches that focus on harm reduction and stabilization of the person. The program must include coordinated data and person-centered engagement, while prioritizing encampments located in the Caltrans right-of-way and connected areas, including the Encinitas Transit Center and Community Park. This slide illustrates how the ERF grant aligns with City Council's direction on homeless services. The ERF aligns with City Council's June 4th, 2025 direction to use housing first principles only when required for grants, and it supports the Council's goal of expanding outreach and case management services. What makes Round 5 different is that it does not require immediate permanent housing. It allows multiple housing pathways so participants can move into the most appropriate next step, whether that's transitional housing, mental health, or recovery programs, or shelter. This flexible structure matches what SDRM sees in practice. People progress at different speeds and need different supports. It also aligns with Council's focus on compassion, accountability, outcome reporting, and improving public safety. I would now like to explain what Housing First approach is under the requirement for Round 5 ERF grant. The ERF follows the state's Housing First requirements, which applies to permanent housing, not to interim or supportive programs. That gives agencies flexibility in how they structure services. Round 5 is different from earlier rounds because it allows multiple housing pathways. Participants don't have to move straight into permanent housing. They can enter the type of support they actually need, whether that's transitional housing, recovery programs, or other structured options. This approach also allows the city to maintain local control and the rescue mission to continue using its current model, which emphasizes financial stability and meeting program requirements before someone moves into permanent housing. And importantly, the program recognizes that not everyone will be ready for permanent housing right away, and some individuals may not choose permanent housing. Many individuals will need significant support before they reach that point, and ERF Round 5 is designed with that flexibility. This slide clarifies what the Housing First approach is not. It does not mean everyone must be placed into permanent housing right away. And it is not a housing-only model. Services are still offered and remain an important part of the process. Housing First also does not require placing individuals with active substance use directly into permanent housing. Agencies can still use structured programs, treatment, and recovery options when those are the most appropriate next steps. The approach does not remove accountability. Tenants must follow standard lease requirements just like any other tenant. And finally, the Housing First approach does not replace individualized assessment. It still allows the rescue mission to match people to the most appropriate next step, giving them the support they need to eventually become ready for permanent housing. This program was built using data from the city's by name list, which shows that not everyone will accept housing right away or be immediately housing ready. The design reflects that reality. For over 4 years, the program will serve 100 individuals, with about 20% expected to move into permanent housing. The city's approach uses multiple housing options, not a single model, so people can enter the type of support that fits their needs. The grant funds a wide range of non-permanent pathways, and participants also receive 12 months of housing stabilization services, and another important component is to permanently resolve encampments in the public right-of-way. Low barrier resources are designed for quick access with minimal requirements. Examples include low barrier shelters, navigation centers, safe havens, and crisis houses. High barrier resources require more structure or stability. These include motels, high barrier shelters, recovery programs, transitional housing programs like the Lighthouse, year-long programs like the Mission Academy, and shared or master leased units. This range of options allows the rescue mission to match individuals to the level of support they need to stabilize and eventually move toward permanent housing. This map identifies the designated encampment area that the proposed grant would cover. In the map shown here, the red line represents the Caltrans right-of-way boundary along the I-5 between Manchester Avenue to the south and La Costa Avenue to the north. The purple line shows the proposed program boundary extending beyond the Caltrans right-of-way to include the eligible connected areas adjacent to I-5, which includes the Encinitas Transit Center and Community Park. It's important to note that the Manchester and Birmingham Park and Ride lots both fall inside the designated encampment zones. Because of this, both park and rides can be fully served by the grant funding. The only operational difference between the two sites relates to enforcement. The Manchester Park and Ride is currently enforced by the California Highway Patrol, while the Birmingham Park and Ride is enforced by the Sheriff's Department. However, Caltrans and the Sheriff's Department already maintain an established working relationship with CHP, including existing procedures for coordination at these locations. Those same procedures would continue seamlessly under this program, ensuring consistent enforcement and communication across both locations. The proposed grant application requires applicants to demonstrate that the city already has strong screening, eligibility, and fiscal oversight systems in place. The city and San Diego Rescue Mission jointly verify unhoused individuals are from the encampments or connected areas and Encinitas residency, review income and long-term stability, ensure HMIS enrollment, and the city approves every placement, while the Rescue Mission step-down model supports residents in building financial independence consistent with ERF's long-term housing goals. The ERF gives the city a critical opportunity to fill existing service and funding gaps, particularly around dedicated units, interim housing access, and expanded case management, while creating structured pathways to permanent housing. Staff has already begun coordinating with the Rescue Mission, Caltrans, RTFH, and local partners to shape a competitive application focused on the Caltrans right-of-way and connected encampment areas. In addition to supporting City Council's fiscal year 2025-26 work plan and the housing element, the proposed grant application also supports the Homeless Action Plan's goals to increase capacity, expand individualized services, and strengthen long-term housing outcomes. This proposed model strengthens the city's housing pipeline by partnering with a community provider to utilize master leases and secure dedicated interim and permanent units throughout the county. The Rescue Mission would prioritize unhoused individuals from the by name list from the encampments. To implement the proposed grant program over the 4-year term, the grant includes a multidisciplinary team, including the following full-time Rescue Mission and community partner staff as shown on the slide. The city's homeless programs coordinator would serve as the program lead, providing program oversight to ensure accountability, alignment with grant requirements and outcomes, and strong wraparound supports that promote long-term housing retention. This slide provides an overview of the 4-year budget, including grant funds and leveraged funds. The combined ERF Round 5 funds for personnel and non-personnel is approximately $3.9 million, which would be just under $1 million per year. Leveraged funds for these same categories is approximately $2.3 million. An example of what's included under each category is listed in the table shown on this slide. The total proposed ERF grant funding requested is $3.9 million. It is important to note this grant does not require any general funds or matching funds, but can utilize leverage funds from existing city and Rescue Mission expenditures. Based on prior program results, the number of people currently living in the encampment area and an anticipated inflow in the encampment area of 40 individuals, city staff, in consultation with the Rescue Mission staff, anticipate serving roughly 100 unduplicated individuals and placing 40 people into interim housing and placing 20 people in permanent housing over the 4-year grant period. Outcomes of the grant funding focus not only on housing, but on retention, wellness, and improved safety in the encampment areas. This visual shows the proposed 4-year program timeline based on the anticipated award date identified in the grant application, which is September 2026, and would conclude after the 4-year term. Staff recommends the City Council receive the report and authorize the city manager in coordination with the city attorney to submit an application to HCD for encampment resolution funding round 5, and if funding is awarded, authorize the city manager to enter, execute, and deliver an agreement with HCD in an amount to be awarded. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff and Rescue Mission representatives are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions of clarification?
Just a couple. Just want to make sure that, just real quick on the grant, right? Is there anything that locks us into this money? If for some reason we're not abiding to the rules, whatever, do we have to pay the money back? If it's not used, if it's used outside of its confines, or if we find ourselves not using it appropriately, is there a consequence or a penalty?
No, we can work with the funders if we're not going to be on track to utilize all the funds, and they will reallocate those funds to other programs that are successful.
Okay, and then we're not going to be penalized for not using them. There's no requirement of stuff of that nature. No. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Can you go over page 12 again? This graph is 4-year grant term. It's unclear if this is annual, if this is over the entire 4 years. Page 12. So page 12 in our
Yeah.
document from your presentation is expected outcome of 4-year grant program.
It's with the head count? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Page
Can-
17.
Can you go over this chart a little bit, clarify the expected outcomes of 4-year grant program? Is this per year? How much per year? Total, where the overlap is in this? There's a lot on here when we skip through it.
Sure. Thank you for asking for clarification. So currently, based on our existing by name list, we have 62 individuals already in the proposed encampment zone. We have an anticipated inflow over the 4 years of 40 people, so approximately 10 people a year on average.
So 40 additional.
Correct. Okay. Which brings the total to the 102. The funders have requested for our numbers to be rounded, so that's why we've indicated our projected to be served as 100. And of those 100, again, over the total 4-year period, 40 of those we anticipate will enter into interim housing during the course of the 4 years, and 20 will enter into permanent housing at some point during the 4 years.
And what are the services for the 60 when you go from 100 to 40? How are they being served, or where are they falling off?
So
I'm not
the
sure I'm using that term
others,
correctly, but
yes, thank you for asking. So the others may be still in the program, but have not entered into permanent housing by the end of the 4 years. The case management will be continuing into year 2 and 3, so there may be part of the inflow of 40 coming in. Those individuals may come into year 3, and so they have not completed their other programs. For example, a 12-year life rehabilitation 12-month life rehabilitation program. They may not have completed that by the time the 4-year grant is up.
Yeah, this is so. This is they didn't make the 12-month. This isn't they didn't make. Just clarifying what you said. They didn't make 36 months of it and they didn't get there. This is they didn't make the 12-month along the way. This is cumulative. Okay. And so the 100 is the total that this program will serve altogether, 40 getting to interim housing and 20 of those getting to permanent housing.
Correct.
And so 100 is that. How much is the total program dollar spend?
3.9 million is what is proposed as requested.
Ooh, 400 a lot of money per person. Okay, I appreciate that you clarifying that.
Okay. And let's see. I think I can wait until we get into deliberation. Anybody else have clarification questions? If not, we will take public. How many public do
We have 8 speakers.
8. Let's do the 8 speakers.
First 3 speakers, Molly Hantlian, followed by John Van Cleef, and then Karen Caden.
Good evening, Council. Looking at this, we're already addressing Goal 1, Policy 1.7, Section 2.72F, Programs to Reduce Homelessness. Aren't we doing that with our San Diego Rescue Mission? This seems interesting timing, right on the heels of last council meeting. We rejected SB 866, which I supported. So my concern is I look at slide 6, housing first. It's a failed policy, statewide, nationwide. I don't know if you've watched what's happening in Seattle. They've been doing housing first, and it's a problem. They don't get vetted to be off of alcohol or substance abuse. So the other concern is slide 11, more staff, more money. Who's to say this grant funding isn't going to be pulled out from under us? We can't really rely on more grant funds and more of a burden. The issue is a state issue for sure, and it's on state property. I do understand that the San Diego Rescue Mission does not take grant money, so we couldn't use grant money to expand their reach. So would we have to be getting a different vendor to also address this? It's a question. I'm not clear. Also like to highlight that I've been tracking sheriff calls for service and the crime mapping. Our sheriff is often dispatched at pre-CRC hours, and our sheriff is not often available for critical school start times. So we're compromising what we have for sheriff staffing at those critical hours because they're addressing issues that are happening on 2nd Street. So I'd just like to think that this grant puts a burden on the city and we should reject it. Thank you.
Evening, Mayor and City Council members. John Van Cleef with Community Resource Center, and I'm standing in support of this application by the City of Encinitas. First, I want to express my gratitude for the resources you've been investing into addressing homelessness. We need the resources to help the people we serve. This chart demonstrates efficacy of the ERF funding. Community Resource Center has been working in the cities with the cities of Carlsbad and Oceanside for the last 2.5 years with encampment resolution funding and vehicular homelessness funding. We've picked up after people are qualified for housing, and this represents the support and the efficacy of the program. You'll see that 83% of the people who were placed remain housed, and if you add in the 8 who were housed but are not continuing to receive support, you see a 91% efficacy rate of people who've been housed. The supportive service that helps people stay housed involve case management, mental and behavioral health support, counseling services, detox, and psychiatric support and services. Those are things that we have been doing in helping people once they've been placed and moved from encampments, and it works. Helping people move from outside to inside and providing those supportive services is meaningful. And so it works. And I really encourage the city to pursue this and continue to help people who are unhoused find housing. Thank you.
And a little housekeeping, I need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend to 11, no later than 11.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second, if we'll call the question on the motion to extend.
That motion to extend passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Why my interests? I had walked 1986 supporting incorporation for Encinitas residents to have local control. May I propose, please do not submit an application for the ERF Encampment Resolution Fund Grant. The city has reached Goal 1, coordinated with SD Rescue Mission, who are providing outreach in only a few months and not even a year yet, who are successfully addressing the needs of homeless. Dealings with the HCD Housing First forces our local control into a state-regulated control. They will further generate demands of compliance with low barriers standards. Many of the Housing First projects have failed, and the approach does not necessarily set requirements to participate in a Cleaning Up Your Act. Compassion must work with accountability. The low barrier may defeat accountability. The state-run Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, who developed the affordable housing element, was to support and provide housing, which has failed the lack of enough affordable units for the low-income persons and families. HCD created up zoning changes, overdeveloped high density, lessened and diminished community character, and added unbearable traffic. HCD has allowed the building industry to produce way too many market rate units versus affordable, a lack of trust in HCD and state control. Do we actually have encampments along the Caltrans right away? We live near I-5 La Costa and haven't seen any homeless tents living in the Caltrans right away. We may be concerned that we could run out of funding supporting the needs of the homeless. The proposed 4-year grant has estimated 74% for staff and administrative costs. What about other costly needs? Provide security for safety, building maintenance, deliver healthcare needs, and other miscellaneous services. To house a homeless person may be $2,500 per month. The ERF is not a fixed solution to end homelessness. It will be a greater expense to the city in the future. And thank you.
Next three speakers, Scott Campbell, Dennis Caden, and then Bob Kent.
Okay, my name is Scott Campbell, live in Encinitas District 1, and I'm going to try to talk common sense here. This is deja vu all over again. How many years ago were we up here and we were debating the safe parking lot and funding for that, and it had a time limit? And what happened? How did that end up? It ended up in extreme controversy because we committed and then we didn't have money. This is the same thing. After 4 years, what happens? You know, we saw a lot of financials, but we didn't say anything for year 5, 6, and 7. The assumption is that homelessness is going to go away. That's not very viable. If you subsidize something, you get more of it. It was, 2 years ago, there was a discussion about the downtown benches right across the street. We got rid of them. How did that end up? It solved a lot of problems, didn't it? We stopped subsidizing people's laziness, and they went away. We saw a map of the coverage area, which is a little interesting. It's kind of mostly focused on downtown, but we're calling Caltrans. My house is in that area, in the Caltrans area, and the last time there was an encampment, how did that end up? I'll tell you that the guy is no longer with us. He confronted the police and he lost badly. Once again, we got to think about all these things. The document says that we must resolve unsheltered homelessness in designated encampment area. That's a little bit vague. Does that leave them in the area and we have to provide housing for them in the area? It's not exactly clear. We talk about low barrier and high barrier. The Lighthouse facility is a high barrier. Buena Creek might get filled. What are we going to do? Are we going to put tents up at Community Park? We're being asked to provide housing that does not exist right now. We're going to commit to that. That's a scary thought. Where would these units come from? Is the city going to lease these? We just went through the previous topic, the UAP. And we pretty much found out that nobody really is donating their ADUs for this. So that source doesn't exist. Homelessness should not be a jobs creation industry. The role is to get them off the dole, not to provide jobs as an expanding industry. It should be a shrinking industry if we do anything. The only thing I really like about this is the residence verification. And I find it interesting, we don't require any ID to vote, but we're going to require these people to show ID they live in Encinitas. That's going to be tough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dennis Caden, D1. I have some concerns, and one is that it requires housing first, low barrier, non-punitive approaches. I'm afraid we're going to provide a place for a person, and so that's a success if we get them into housing, but where's the success if they begin to clean up or have the accountability? And I don't see that because this is a grant fund that doesn't seem to ask for that. Slide number 2, please. This is part of the application. And I'm concerned because it says no requirements for sobriety, treatment, or service participation to be selected for a program. My other concern is that it accepts referrals from all areas of the homeless response system. So we're not just talking about helping people that are Encinitas residents, but outside Encinitas. And then for number 5, no requirement to participate in services in order to receive or retain housing. So we're giving them a place to live, and they don't have to give anything back. I hope I'm wrong. Then number 7, slide number 3, please. Thank you. No eviction solely for drug or alcohol use without other lease violations. So again, it seems like it's a free place to live and you don't have to clean up your act. Slide 4, please. And then it's on I just look at it, correct me if I'm wrong, but the $1,022,000 is to help the homeless get shelter, and the whole rest of the financial picture is for staff and administrative costs. It seems like it should be the reverse. Isn't staff already here? Don't we have all that in place? The other thing is the San Diego Rescue Mission is a very good organization, and they're being successful, and they've helped us tremendously so far. The president said, the greatest obstacle to overcoming homelessness is not addiction, job loss, or housing, it's shame. And then he went on to say, people want to help those who want to help themselves, and I agree. That's why I'm concerned about the grant doesn't hold anybody responsible. The other thing is, he says, because we aren't government funded, we can do things a bit differently. We have more freedom to do what needs to be done, and most importantly,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. My name is Bob Kent, Encinitas resident. First, thank you to the staff for all the hard work in pulling this together. I'm here tonight to respectfully request that you do approve moving forward with this grant application. This grant will bring our city much-needed resources to help people experiencing homelessness here in Encinitas, help them transition into interim housing and find a pathway into permanent housing in the most flexible way possible. In the context, partly in the context of the closing of the Buena Creek Navigation Center at the end of this year, I do think this grant is important for a couple reasons. First, the objectives of this grant align directly with our city goals: to address homelessness by devoting resources for outreach, case management, housing navigation, and identifying a flexible and personalized pathway to interim and permanent housing opportunities for our unhoused neighbors. And the data supports that. It's in the staff report. There are 62 identified individuals experiencing homelessness. Thank you for the by name list. And I don't believe our city has those funds with what the rescue mission's doing. And the rescue mission has signed on to this plan. So I think it aligns in that way. Second, it's fiscally responsible and prudent to pursue external grant funding to meet city goals rather than relying solely on the general fund, which has competing and important priorities. And we know this, like public safety, safe streets, infrastructure, and we often look for external grant funds because our general fund cannot cover all these costs. And while there are encampment resolution models with demonstrated success in other neighboring cities like Carlsbad, this plan can be effectively tailored and applied to help people right here in Encinitas. This grant is for people who are unhoused in Encinitas. Lastly, if it's not already contemplated in this plan, just getting in the weeds a tad, I encourage the city and the San Diego Rescue Mission, their partner, to collaborate with healthcare providers like Scripps Hospital. It is a stark reality that for many people experiencing homelessness, the emergency room serves as their primary care physician, making medical partnerships vital. So I support moving forward with this grant application, and thank you for your continued commitment to supporting people experiencing homelessness in our community. Thank you.
Final three speakers, Jim Stiven, followed by Fabian Gunnell, and then Rachel Graves.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jim Stiven, a longtime resident of Encinitas, in Cardiff particularly. I am here to support the staff's recommendation that Council approve its request for an application to be submitted to the California HCD for a substantial 4-year grant from the state's Encampment Resolution Fund, Round 5. And the reasons are simple. This is an available source of state funds to combat homelessness in our city. Reducing homelessness, as has been said, is consistent with the goals set out in the Council's work plan, the 6-cycle housing element, and the Homeless Action Plan. Right now, other than the good work being done under our present agreement with the San Diego Rescue Mission, there is no ongoing program to address or reduce homelessness in our city. The safe parking program has been canceled. The agreement for 12 beds at the Buena Creek Navigation Center in Vista has not been scheduled for refunding after December 31. A grant from the Encampment Resolution Fund would, under the detailed plans outlined by staff in their report, facilitate expanded case management, clinical services, and transition to temporary or permanent housing. It is not a housing first project. This would affect a significant number of homeless persons currently living and situated in encampments in our city. The final details, if this grant is made, final details are to be worked out in negotiations between the city and HCD. Please support this application.
Thank you.
Fabian Gunnell, Village Park. To me, this is a very practical decision. I'm not going to be up here taking any position on housing first. Haven't done any research on it, and you guys should know by now I like to do my research. What I do know is what was on slide 4. This doesn't require any city money. No money from the general fund, no financial or in-kind match from the city. I also know, thanks to Councilmember Schaefer's question, that this decision, this particular decision, doesn't lock us into anything. What this decision is, do we apply for this grant? Do we basically start the process? And the process includes figuring out what the program actually is, and we're not committed to anything yet. So it's not a commitment of any more money. It is money that we would get. And by the way, if we turn it down, it's not as if the spending doesn't happen. The state just spends the money somewhere else. So that doesn't change anything. The money's getting spent. I'd rather have it spent here, right? So the question is then, do you have faith in your staff and do you have faith in yourselves to be able to craft a program that can effectively use $4 million? I think the San Diego Resource Mission program that you guys have already started has shown that, yeah, there's a lot of reason to have confidence here. There's a lot of reason to have confidence here. it's at least worth going down the process. And I think it would be foolish to cut the option off by not even applying and then blowing the June 30th deadline. We can apply, we can keep going on the process, we can keep iterating on the plan and try to take into account everyone's concerns and then see where we end up. But if we say no now, then we're just done. If we say yes, then we have a chance to make it better, and maybe we have a chance to make something good out of this. Thank you.
I first want to, again, thank you guys for using San Diego Rescue Mission and not participating in the homeless industrial complex. I would warn you to pause and get more information about this before you make any decision tonight. I'll remind you, Mayor Ehlers, Jennifer Campbell, Patty Anders, you all were here when you voted to approve this in June of 2024. It was then taken away from you, swept under your nose as soon as you guys got elected at the direction of Pam Antle via Carrie Kuziak and Patty Anders. Patty Anders sent rescinding the grant fund application. You will see the difference in the public who's here today. There are some people who want to build housing for these people in our city. And you will get this letter that we got November 15th of 2024, or around there, if you submit this letter from our good friends at HCD. And this is what it will say, something along these lines. It'll say, action required. The primary challenge seems to be your lack of housing in the city. Since the project is not adding permanent housing, what specific strategies are being implemented to increase the availability of permanent housing? These people want it because they want more housing, permanent housing built, and they want to do the building. I want you guys to do your homework and figure out what this is before you sign up for it. I think Jennifer Campbell and Patty Anders may be able to provide some information as to why it was pulled before and what was actually going on, but I don't think you guys are being given all the information. Thank you.
That concludes speakers. We did have one individual, Karen Koblenz, register support, but choose not to speak. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hop in first on this one. So I have some questions first, and then I'll make some comments. First, the goal of this ERF 5 is removing encampments, and I think its methodology is to have monitoring too. Isn't that correct? The primary goal?
Yes. So address those individuals that are currently living in the designated encampment zones, and then close down the encampments, and then have subsequent monitoring to ensure that encampments are not reestablished within the zone.
Does that include the park and ride as potential encampments? So the way they're being used today, the two that are within this boundary?
Yes.
Okay, so we could use the funds to monitor and to casework and clinician for anybody in there that needs to get into a home.
Yes.
And then we could also then put them on the pathway and potentially get them to a lighthouse or to some other third party that we wouldn't even have to pay for necessarily. It could be a state-funded high barrier, medium barrier, low barrier, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So nothing requires that that they go immediately into a low or no barrier facility.
Correct.
Okay, great. The 60, on that one chart you showed earlier with the 62, I wanted to go through that just a little bit. Again, these are questions, if it's possible to pull that up. The 62 encampment, so that is the estimate and includes both the two park and rides right now? Okay, because I see 25 to 35 RVs and people in the Manchester on a given Saturday that I've been down there. And when I did the point in time count, we found 9, I think, at the Birmingham Park and Ride on that one night. So a good portion of that 62, I think we're saying, or I think must be in the park and rides today. So when people say I don't see them out, they're out there. I mean, they're in Cottonwood Creek, just north of Cottonwood Creek. They're probably 4. There may be a few in camping occasionally underneath, behind In and Out, and a few other places. But I think the big numbers right now have all gone to the park and rides, and that's something we need to figure out how to get services to them, but also enforcement there. Let's see. So moving on to, I want to talk a little bit about the 6 additional staff for SDRM, and that's on top of the 3 we already have, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so this 6 would be dedicated to working on that 62, and the 3 could be working on anybody else outside of the boundary.
Correct.
Okay. The clinician's role, that would be a new role. Can you describe what the clinician would do and how that can help?
Yes, so the clinician role would be new to Encinitas. It is not new to other cities who have ERF programs. Essentially, that is a field-based clinician who is out engaging with individuals that are in the designated encampment zone to provide services and support where they are located and connect them through Medi-Cal, other resources within the community for ongoing clinical support.
Okay, so it actually adds, we can get them treatment and hopefully get them to the point where they will accept housing, because history tells me that most of the majority, not all homeless are like, but the majority of the homeless that have the substance abuse, dependency, and a psychosis, you need to get them on meds to get them to the point where they'll even accept getting on housing and getting out of there. So I think I understand how this is working, and the housing first, we're subject to that right now anyways, but it's a gray area to a degree. Plus, we still always have the 3 SDRM people that are supporting us right now doing a great job, and they don't have that requirement other than, I guess the overall program already has that. So they wouldn't be operating any differently than the 3 operate today, really, other than these 6 would be focused for a finite amount of time, for 4 years, on this corridor and on those park and rides. So now I'm going to move over into how do we avoid becoming a magnet? In other words, will this still be limited to by name list patients who show that they are from Encinitas, and that we're not attracting people from the region or out of region in order to get housing vouchers, in order to get hotel vouchers, that type of stuff? How do we manage that?
Great question. Thank you for asking. So the 62 that are identified on this slide, those are based on our current by name list, specifically geotag location for the identified encampment zone. If approved and awarded the ERF Round 5 funding, we would be developing a second by name list strictly for those that are in the encampment zone. So these 62 would be automatically enrolled on them. And then on the timeline shows that this new by name list essentially would be open for 60 days, while giving the opportunity for the outreach workers to go out throughout the entire identified encampment zone to identify any additional individuals. That by name list would then close, and so those additional 6 staff would then be working with those individuals on their either permanent housing or pathway to permanent housing and additional resources needed.
Okay, and when we talk about the 62, or the portion that are located in the zone, if you will, one of the reasons this came from our briefing, and I think you should tell everybody why the zone. It goes beyond Caltrans. It includes a couple of the parks, and it includes the downtown area, including CRC, including Moonlight Beach, and Transit Center, all included. Why? And if you could explain that logic.
Yes. So based on, again, the geotag location that the rescue mission maintains for each of their document outreach that are within HMIS, shows that these individuals are really transient in nature. So they will frequent between the park, the downtown corridor, specifically with the transit center, and then along the I-5. And so this way we're able to provide those resources in those areas where we see them the most. And then that ultimately would free up resources for the existing 3 rescue mission staff to help support and service other areas of the city that are not identified in the encampment zone.
But basically, these would be people that are floating in or around there. They don't have to be permanently camped inside that zone. They could be there, identified one day, be outside the zone but nearby, and then come back, which is what some patients do on a regular basis. So there's a little gray area on who exactly is in this, but the by name list is the way we will track that they had some connection with this zone.
Correct.
Okay, great. Getting down near the end here, the additional 10 per year, the 40, where do we think they're coming from? Are they coming from out of area? Are they homeless generated in the city of Encinitas? And are they strictly limited to within the, does that include the entire city, or is that just the corridor?
For the latter part, it does include just the identified encampment zone, which would be that I-5 corridor, and then extending to the community park and the transit center. So those 40, based on data that the rescue mission has of those that are entering homelessness on a month-by-month basis, this does align with that inflow that they're currently seeing for that specific area, again, based on geotagged locations in HMIS.
Okay, so the estimate is about a little under 1 per month.
Correct.
Would enter homeless, okay. And so I think somebody already brought it up, but this is really a follow-up to 18 months ago when we had applied for the ERF grant, and I'll just say it was pulled surreptitiously, and I really don't care how. This would be a chance to re-up for that and get the funding. And last comment I would go with is we don't have to accept it in the end. We could actually terminate it and not use the funds or whatever. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I'll yield to Member San Antonio, Councilmember San Antonio.
So I guess if we win this money, if we are awarded this money, does HCD have any bearing on what we do with it or how we use it, or is there reporting that we generally have to stick to by them?
Great question. So the NOFA application does have parameters that are, they're not rigid. So it really allows the agencies that are being awarded the funds to utilize them through a program that fits the needs of that city. So the program that has been developed and proposed in the application does meet the parameters for HCD, but also meets the needs of our specific population here in Encinitas.
I mean, I'm all for free money. I think it's great. Especially if we can use it in the right capacity. But again, I've only been up here for a short while, it feels like. But I've definitely realized how many times we've talked about HCD and what they do to control housing, how they kind of use their leverage to control us. So I'm just a little wary of, accepting money from the hand basically that beats us sometimes. So I'm just a little wary of it. I can see the benefits and the uses that we can use it, but I just can't help but feel like just worried. I'm just worried about it. But I do see, I do see the benefits of it. I do see that there are ways that we can use this, but I'll rest there for right now. Maybe I'll come back.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. So I think that we're kind of all on the same page. Is if we can be leveraged by this money, then I absolutely want nothing to do with it. But if it's not going to be something that we can be leveraged by, then it seems like I see on page 2 of the normal report, SDRM are all in full support of this. So I got to use them as the professionals now. Is this going to be requiring us to build any housing in town? No, it's continuing what the same services we're already doing, basically. It's enhancing it.
Correct.
And at any point that we don't want to spend it and it feels icky and it feels like HCD is about to beat us again, so to speak, we could step away from this and say, hey, we want nothing to do with what you're trying to give us.
Correct.
Yeah. So it really seems like there's a no lose here, And if for some reason we get to a cross point, I will say to staff, I would, I'd want that if there is something at Crossroads that's coming up or something that's, obviously bringing it back to council so we can have a conversation about this and, as soon as possible type thing. But outside of that, I can't see a reason that we wouldn't take this money. I think the mayor touched on it is that we're not going to be attracting, and not to throw CRC under the bus or anything like that, but the fact is it does obviously attract some level of attention because people use it for obvious reasons. And because of this, does the word get out on the street that, Encinitas has money again to help out with housing vouchers and any of those issues. We don't want to become a place where people come to take advantage of. Again, people want to come and have help, take help, that's great, but people want to come here. And I think it was Dave Dean that pointed out the amount of calls that have gone out, again, not to the specific location, but just to how much it cost us at timing and of resources of people that live in Encinitas and are paying their taxes, are being held accountable to the everyday life that most people are. We just don't want to be taken away from that. So if we're going to be adding basically a beacon on our back for people to start coming here from, they're shipping them in from Flagstaff or wherever they are, or we just don't need that. And so if that's the case, then I want nothing to do with it. However, that's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that this is actually enhancing what SDRM is already doing. And I'd have to trust that since November, they've hit the long ball, and I'd have to trust that what they are trying to do to help us is the best way we can do is help them by getting this money and, really unleashing them to do even better job. So I would be in support of this.
Okay. Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Can you explain the 12-month guaranteed housing written in the proposal?
Yeah, so the individuals that are entering into permanent housing when they are, housing ready, they'll be entering into leases in their own name. And so through the 12 months of stabilization services that will be provided by the Housing Stabilization Coordinator, we are able to help with the financial means for them to maintain that housing throughout the duration of their lease. So we'll be working with them in advance of housing placement on their financial stability plan, and really what that looks like at the end of the day, what they're going to pay for rent each month, how much are they contributing, once they're financially secure. And the financial assistance is provided in case something comes up and they have an unplanned expense, for example, that they need to cover. So their housing's not in jeopardy because of that unplanned expense.
So it's a semi-step down with a parachute.
Yeah, so the wraparound services that are provided throughout the 12 months currently models what the Rescue Mission has in place now. So that is helping to support the individual with advancing their financial situations, their stability, education, employment, medical services, any other referrals that are needed within the community to help them be successful throughout the program.
Okay. So is there anything in here that says HCD can't step in and say, since you accepted this money, we're going to essentially SB 79 the city, and now you have to have a shelter built, whether you like it or not?
The proposed plan that is, if approved and submitted and then we're awarded, that plan is what we follow. So that plan would then be built out with the rescue mission on what the monthly reporting requirements are, what their goals are.
That was my question. I understand that. I appreciate the explanation, just so you don't go in the wrong direction. What's to keep HCD from saying, you accepted this money, now we're going to change your zoning? Nothing. I mean, the answer is, you're going to give me the answer is nothing.
I mean, the two are not really connected. There's, if the HCD wants to, or the state law wants to create some law that says every city has one, that has nothing to do with the grant that we're proposing for right now. All the grant is for is to really extend our SDRM services.
Right, and I'm just asking
in the right-of-way area of the county.
I'm just asking for purposes of protecting our city, our residents, and from overreach of the government, state government. Similar to SB 79, they run SB 79, and oh, we didn't get Encinitas. Let's run it back and do it again. Oh, we didn't get them. Let's run it back and do it again. Literally. So I'm looking for things that safeguard. I think Councilmember San Antonio touched on it, as did Councilmember Schaefer. We bring on our new SDRM, and I applaud you guys for the work you're doing with SDRM. I think they're doing an amazing job. What happens at the end of 4 years?
Great question. So part of the program design will have a transition plan at the end to ensure that all of the individuals that are enrolled in the program are transitioned down on the supportive services connected to others within the community. That is laid out in the application proposal of what happens once this program funding ends. And then same thing with the staff allocations from the rescue mission. That's part of the step-down plan.
Okay. So it says here one of the housing opportunities is the Days Inn on Encinitas Boulevard. Haven't we done that before? Again, the answer is yes, but.
Yeah, we have utilized that. Crystal wasn't here, so I'll respond to that.
Right.
We have used that in case of emergency when we had our last emergency situation, and then there have been a couple situations where they've done housing vouchers to get people that were ready to not be on the street.
And would we consider that having been a success? Would the sheriff consider that to having been a success? Our previous history with the same exact location?
I can't. I don't know if the sheriff would respond to that or how
We're
they would
talking about
respond to
homelessness.
that.
We haven't talked to the sheriff's department yet.
Specifically, how they feel the motel voucher program works. Crystal can talk about how that is intended to get someone like interim. It's not intended for a long-term solution. Do you want to talk more about how that model works?
Yeah, so the motel option is for someone who is maybe has certain vulnerabilities, for example, like a mother with small children who is set to have a move-in date on, say, like a Monday or Tuesday, but unfortunately they have to be out of where they currently are on a Friday. So this would provide them a bridge opportunity for a couple of nights, have a safe space for herself and her child until she can obtain keys and move into her new unit on the identified day. It is not intended to be a long-term housing placement option. It's really just a safe, very, very short-term option.
That's a tough one. The residents have heard that before. So Section 2F, centering people. This really wasn't described in my briefing. And describing how proposal exemplifies all housing first core components. Pretty straightforward statement there. And I guess the tenants I see, tenant number 1, 5, and 7, they don't align with what I know for SD Rescue Mission. No requirements for sobriety, no requirements for certain services, no evictions solely for drug or alcohol use. As far as I know from visiting the SD Rescue Mission, that is not something they prescribe to.
For their own program.
I guess for their own program. What are we signing up for? I guess this isn't very clear to me.
So each of these requirements that are listed here with explanations provided in the application really shows that, when a person is identified in the encampment zone and enrolls into the program, we're not requiring them to participate in all services because some of them may not be appropriate for them. If they do not struggle with substance abuse, then a sobriety program would
I
not
beg
be
to differ. I
appropriate.
don't think that's what it says here. It doesn't say we're not going to require them to participate in all services. It says no requirement to participate in services. I mean, that's not like, oh, some but not all, applicable ones. That's no requirement to participate in service. It's straightforward. And where I'm getting to is I don't understand. We're saying these are the requirements of this grant. We're somehow going to do it, but we're not going to be held to these. I mean,
You're on page 22 of the report, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure people following at home can.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I feel like we're saying, and I mean, I love what the Rescue Rescue Mission does, and I love what we've done. I think our numbers have improved to staff's hard work, Rescue Rescue Mission's hard work, sheriff's hard work. I think we're doing a lot of really good stuff, and I want to stay on that path. And I'm concerned. Right now I'm concerned because a lot of this stuff, a lot of the discussion in front of me doesn't match my briefing. And I'm having a big problem with that, and I want to make an informed decision on a large amount of money in an area where we really want to help people, but I don't feel informed by what the information I'm getting and that it's clear and it's being expressed straightforward. So I guess I need a big answer on that. If this is a requirement of it, but this isn't what SD Rescue Mission does, and you're saying you're going to use SD Rescue Mission, how do you, if it says you need a red flag and you're going to wave an orange flag, well, which is it?
Yeah, so the requirements listed, for example, on one, no requirements for sobriety treatment service. Is that what you are seeking clarification on as an example?
Sure.
So some programs require those options. So for example, like the Lighthouse and the Mission Academy through the San Diego Rescue Mission, they do have that requirement for those programs. So if that is the appropriate placement, next placement for the individual, then those requirements are in place. Now, if an individual has gone through working with our outreach workers and our case managers.
That's not what it says here. It says all services and housing pathways are fully housing first. Individuals are not required to demonstrate sobriety. I hear what you're saying, but it's not what it says here on this paper in front of me. I know what we want it to say. But you're
Councilmember O'Hara, I think also, Deputy Mayor, I should say, what you also need to do is focus in on what our program does say. And our program does say that we will provide these services.
But our program has to follow their program. That's why they're giving us the money.
And if our program doesn't meet these objectives, which these objectives are only for the requirements, that for those programs, it's basically stipulating that this program doesn't require that. But our program that we've designed
That's not what it says here. I clearly beg to differ. All services and housing pathways are fully housing first. Individuals are not required to demonstrate sobriety, participate in treatment, or engage in services to be. It's talking about the individuals participating. It's not talking about the services we're offered. It's in plain English right in front of me.
Yeah, so I'd like to clarify a little bit. With the individuals that are participating in our program, there's not a requirement for them to show proof, for example, of sobriety or completion of treatment upon entering into permanent housing. Same thing with medical treatment that goes against HIPAA laws. And so those requirements are not in place for each individual because it may not be appropriate for each individual. When they are working with the outreach team, then they can assess the needs of the individual. If someone is struggling with substance use, then those conversations and referrals will be had. If someone is not struggling with substance abuse, then proof of sobriety would not be needed to move into any other housing options.
So what are the other housing options we're going to use for people who aren't sober? We're using SD Rescue Mission. That's a requirement for them.
Yeah, so for example, some of the low barrier options that are shared include low barrier shelters, navigation centers, safe haven programs, and crisis houses. So they do not have a proof of sobriety upon entering into the program. Some of their programs may support and lead to that, encourage an individual to obtain sobriety, and then referrals would be provided, but they're not required in order for you to utilize them and enter into the program.
Let me know when you're ready. Or you can come back for another bite.
I'm wanting them to explain what's written down in front, and clearly they're not interested. They're going their own way. I'm going to rest for now.
Councilmember San Antonio.
I guess so. If it is a no, there's no requirement for sobriety. And then on sorry, I just lost it. It was the one that says like no evictions solely for drug or number 7. So if their evictions occur only for serious lease violations or, where it cannot be resolved from problem solving, harm reduction or strategies, or reasonable accommodations, like what would that be? Or what are those? Like what's a lease violation?
So lease violations, those would be any items that are identified in the lease that the tenant has signed. So have violated those. Maybe there's noise ordinances or violence acts that have occurred. The drug and alcohol provision there simply is written into the Housing First narrative because each state has different requirements and laws surrounding drug and alcohol use, specifically like marijuana. So the states that have legalized marijuana, that alone is not grounds for eviction just because someone uses recreationally, for example. But if there are stipulations in the lease that it's not allowed on the property, then that is, a separate violation that would be worked through, where the violations that they could potentially use their housing for would be the major lease violations.
So basically, this grant would fund this housing pay for it for a year, or for how long? Like, what's the term on that?
Yeah, so each of the individuals are provided with 12 months of those wraparound services, which includes the rental assistance stability. It is not designed to provide 100% rental assistance for 12 months. It really is utilizing the existing rescue mission step-down model.
Yeah. I just, I know people that have an addiction problem, and I just, coming up with having a steady job is kind of or something steady income, or being able to function in that capacity, I feel like is one of those tough barriers, right? It's like I'm not feeling good today, I'm hungover, or I'm not. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out too. Just kind of as we talk through it, that it just seems that if they're not going to be able, there's no requirement for it, that now they can't work or find a way to make some money since it is only just assistance. So now they can't pay it, and then so after they can't pay it, what happens? Do they just get released, or?
Yeah, so that's really, again, where those 12 months of wraparound stabilization services come in. So it's helping them, week by week to support and make progress, overcome any barriers they have, any challenges that come up. They have a support system to help them overcome those, so that way they can maintain their long-term housing stability plan. If that plan were to change for that individual circumstances, again, that's where the housing stabilizer is there with them to help them develop a new plan that's maybe more appropriate, and maybe they're no longer appropriate for the housing they're in, and they need a different type of resource.
Okay. I'll rest.
Okay, city manager wants to hop in here.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So just a couple things. So obviously we're here tonight. There was a lot of drama around the former EFR grant that we had, and a couple things on that. When that grant was submitted, I was not city manager. I was not over development services. I was copied on an email that we received questions from HCD. That was all I had. I was not informed that we pulled the grant. Patty Anders was directed to pull the grant, and she was the messenger. So I just want to set that straight, that as far as the other round goes, to let everyone know, decision was not made by me, was not told to me, and Patty, unfortunately, was the messenger. I am kind of looking over this grant, and here's just an idea. There's definitely a lot of questions, got a lot of concerns from the public, which absolutely, we want to make sure that we do everything right. One of the reasons this is here in front of council is because of the drama that happened last time. There was no way I, as city manager or staff, was going to make a decision either not to apply or to apply. So this is why this is at this body right now. One of the things I'm reading here, it says HCD will accept applications on a rolling basis, from March 27th, 2026 through June 30th, with awards anticipated in September of 2026. If all program funds are not exhausted through the first application window, a second application window will open from September 1st, 2026 through October 31st, 2026. So there may be possibly, depending on how everything rolls, another bite at the apple. That depends if funds are still available, correct? Because it just seems like there's a lot tonight of discussion. And it's always our goal to make sure that council is comfortable in what we do, and it does take a majority of you to do that. But I was reading through this, and it does say there could be another bite at the apple. The other thing we could do, if there's additional information, we've got 2 packed agendas, but we could always try to do it on another one. But there could be, if there needs to be more clarification, we can take our chance, not apply for the first round, and if the second round opens. But that's going to be a council decision, but I wanted to throw it out here because it's in the part of the application. And I appreciate being able to set the record straight on the ERF grant from before, so thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hop in here now. I want to talk a little bit about the motel voucher history. That was the internal group. That was different caseworkers, completely different decisions. People were being put in with no barrier whatsoever into housing. That was failed, no doubt. This would be SDRM caseworkers deciding, going into, I think as you listed, high barrier. So they would have to be sober. They would have to be. So I trust SDRM on this, on handling hotel vouchers and using them limited and appropriate, so that we're not attracting outside people coming. Second item is I like the fact this is 4 years and only 4 years, that there is a time limit on it, because what I'm looking for, the measure of success is if we get rid of the encampments, including the park and ride, essentially encampments, and any other encampments we have, and keep them gone for 4 years, then and only then would we consider finding future funding sources, if then. And I like the fact that it goes 4 years and then ends. So now I'm going to get down, and I have to admit, I'm not comfortable with the wording in that section where it says all services and housing pathways are fully housing first. That's our wording, right? That's our wording in the application. I think that's what you're having extreme heartburn about. Do we have to say that? Can we say something more along the lines what the presentation says, that our response will include housing first where it is necessary, but we anticipate getting people onto the pathway and they won't go to housing directly. In other words, say what we said here tonight, and I think that might help you. In the interest of time, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to I'll wait for you. I'll answer the question first about, can we change the wording? Why does it have to be so extreme?
Yes, we can change the wording.
Yeah. So, that's simple. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion for discussion. And the motion is to soften that wording and then bring it back for discussion it has to be in the next 2, so we'd have to have another item, so that it is more consistent with what we saw and heard tonight, and if it doesn't meet their requirement and they don't give us the money, c'est la vie. I'm okay with it. Number 2 is that, I guess the other half, what I was going to recommend, but I'll actually do this for next time, is that we would adopt recommendation 1 in the future. This is what the motion I would make in the future. But recommendation 2, which is to bring it, to execute the agreement, I would want that to go through council at a future date. So it'd be basically apply, but the motion I'm making right now is bring it back in the next 2 meetings, unfortunately. I think it's
Well, you're going to have to do the 24th because the 17th went out today.
You're right, 24th. So bring it back date certain for the 24th. I'm going to ask a question of the city attorney. What do I do with public input? It's going to be new testimony? Do we open it for public testimony?
We would typically reopen it at that point for new testimony.
So I would reopen it.
We'll have a slightly changed application at that point, so it's fair for people to be able to comment.
So I think I'll make that motion, bring it back, make the wording
Can you just make the motion that you were going to make before, the one where we apply for it and then we bring it back before we use it?
No, because I think we need to see the wording on the more consistent wording with what is said in the presentation. So I just want to, and I think I see the angst, and,
Yeah, I get it.
and when I read it, it reads one way, and I you're maximizing the likelihood, but I want to be truthful with HCD, and you know what? If they don't give it to us, that's okay, because I agree. The Housing First has failed. I mean,
Or slimy.
in the extreme sense of Housing First, it putting drug addicts in a room in a rooming house together with a bunch of other drug addicts. Everything I've read, whether you read San Francisco or any other article on it or a book, it doesn't appear, in my opinion, to be working. So, but that's my motion. We can read it back with that, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, you sort of touched on what I was talking about. What I'm seeing in the problem is how SDRM qualifies for this, and maybe that's the solution, is we put it up as SDRM and how we're doing it. But I feel like from visiting SDRM, this is not what they do. Right. They're not going to input people this way unless they've changed that policy. So it feels like at some point, in some way, it feels like, well, there must be another plan, because if we're going to partner with somebody who can't be supported by this, what's our backup plan? And I'm not hearing that in here one way or another. And it gives me pause, tremendous pause. I'll politely say that this doesn't mimic my briefing at all. And that also gives me pause on this. And I don't take that lightly. I think that's a big deal for all of us. I will say this, in the end, I think this section of Caltrans, the easement, the right-of-way, this is an important part, and this is why I'm so anxious. I want to get this right. This is a hugely important place. We have not only unsheltered people who live in these areas, but residents who live around these areas that are affected by this, and I want to make sure we get this right for everybody. I don't want to go out and do this wrong and get stuck in doing it in a way that our numbers in Encinitas improved last year. They did. They improved tremendously. In fact, we had Catherine Blakespeare say we're like the beacon of what we should be doing for homelessness around San Diego. Diane Cutlow stood there, last week or the week before, said we're a beacon. It was amazing. I don't want to sign something off that takes away from that and potentially puts us in the place. And I look at what the state has done. The state has lost $24 billion, refuses to audit and tell us where it went. And homelessness got worse as a result of that money. Pouring money at something doesn't fix it. Doing the right things with that money fixes it.
Their Housing First programs.
And so that's why I know I'm being really tough on this, but it's so important to do this and to do it right.
So is that a second?
I will second your motion.
Okay.
And I'm going to need another extension, I think.
Yeah, we'll
15
extend
minutes.
15?
Till 11:15?
11:15, perfect. All right,
Okay,
I was gonna
so
say 30.
wait. First, we're going to handle this motion a second, which is, so I've got motion and second on the
I just want to say
recommendation.
Yeah, so just to add to that last part, that's one of the reasons I am trusting it, is San Diego Rescue Mission's behind this, and that's the one thing I do believe in. And I don't think that Donnie D went ahead and changed the model, like the passion behind that. And having visited that, I think he's a man of his word. I don't think that they're going to support. I don't think they would support this if it wasn't in some level of their ability to effectively, do it. So they're not going to just sign behind this if their ethos isn't behind it.
That's where I feel like I'm not getting that answer. That's why it's my answer.
Yeah,
Well, the answer is that they're signed on to it, and they're the professionals in this. They're homeless focused. That's what they've been doing for the last 55 years. That's what they know. They wouldn't be behind this otherwise. That's why I would sign behind it. But we'll vote.
I've got no more speakers. You want me to read it back? Yeah.
It's to bring back this item for additional consideration, date certain of June 24th, 2026, with a modified application to include more consistent wording based on the San Diego Rescue Mission model.
And based on the presentation.
And based on the
discussion
presentation and
tonight
discussion.
and the San Diego Rescue Mission
model.
Perfect. So we have a motion and a second. Let's call a question.
That motion carries unanimously.
Good. Okay. So we're going to have a barn burner on the 24th. I'm going to need another motion to extend 15 minutes, let's say. And then that should do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, extend 11:15.
Okay.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Call that question.
That motion to extend carries unanimously and takes us to 10G.
10G. And hopefully we'll be out well before that. So 10G is consideration of resolutions calling for a general municipal election and requesting the County Board of Supervisors to consolidate the city's general municipal election with the statewide general election, and the contact person is the city clerk.
Good evening. The report before you guys tonight are the two resolutions necessary to conduct the November 3rd general municipal election. The first resolution authorizes the conduct of the election for the mayor, District 3, and District 4 council members. And then the second resolution requests the County Board of Supervisors to consolidate that election. And I will note that we did not have any initiatives or referendums this year, so the cost to us will be less than last time around.
Do we have speakers?
We do not.
Do we have any questions? Any
Motion to
deliberate-
approve.
Motion to approve. I got a motion. I'll second. And call the question. Okay, the one time I extend, we're going to make it by,
We're actually going to do it.
yeah. That's going to be close.
Not really. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and there are no informational items, no council-initiated items. That brings us to AB 1234 reports, starting down at the far end.
I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
I attended the Sandag planning, regional planning meeting with, for NCTD as a representative, and we discussed the housing mandate, the lack of effective execution by the state and lack of outcomes. And I will say everybody in that regional planning force had issue with the current setup of RENA and the state mandate. It was a very healthy discussion. Unfortunately, I won't say that I feel like it went anywhere, but I'm glad to see that people share their frustration with this.
Okay, and I attended on May 28th the San Diego Community Power for Councilmember San Antonio. We had a closed session where we punted back to you the reviews, the performance reviews. So you're going to handle it. We adopted the budget too. And then I attended a Sandag Regional Planning Committee meeting on the 29th. And that was a panel discussion of funding for housing in the San Diego region with featured speakers from Sandag and Cal COG, which is the group of governments. And it was an interesting discussion. I talked about RENA and the lack of funding, and they cost $700,000 per. And I got several people coming up saying, yeah, we agree. So, hopefully that kind of discussion will now filter up to the board, the full board. And then lastly, I attended the Encina Wastewater Authority yesterday, Finance Committee, where we adopted the budget, which our city council had already adopted, and so had the member area managers, which includes our general manager. So that's my report, city manager report.
Yes, I do have one thing. Just want to have everyone mark on their calendars. Excuse me, I just took water. Hang on. That we have the second public workshop for the Quail Gardens Park site. It is going to be on Monday, June 22nd, from 6 to 7:30 over at the Encinitas Community and Senior Center. So very excited. I appreciate everyone that showed up. And this is, again, another opportunity to have a say on what that park will look like. And that's it.
Excellent. City attorney report.
Nothing to report.
City clerk.
We are currently accepting applications for an unscheduled vacancy on the Commission for the Arts, and that is available on our website, and that closes June 18th at 5 p.m.
Okay.
Is
And
the skate committee still open?
No, we'll bring that to council June 24th.
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you. With that, we are adjourned at 10:59. Thank you.